So we have a very packed uh, day with a couple of speakers, and speaking myself here, I'm very excited to listen to the conversations that will be going on here. This is the fourth edition of the UAE Uganda Business Forum, uh, and we are very excited about what is going to take off from the conversations that we have here for the next 2 days. For those who were moving around yesterday, would like to welcome you, but would like to tell you that even after the 2 days, stay a little longer, enjoy the beauty that is Uganda. I mean, we have the River Nile, the longest in the world. We have some of the world's freshwater bodies. We have the Murchison Falls. If you've heard about it, it's you know a very wonderful sight. If you go there, we have quite a number of so many things that you can learn. We have the Rolex. We don't only wear it on our wrists, but we also eat it. So you can find out what that Rolex looks like. And trust me, you will leave with one or too many things about Uganda. So if you're in here and you have not registered, kindly approach the reception outside and be sure that you will have your name registered. If you're done, just have some, housekeeping rules. We have a room that has been prepared for us, especially of the Islam faith, those who want to pray. We have a room at the basement, the Emerald, that has been prepared for that particular um, function. And if you will want to, take a call or look for the washrooms, just take the door on my extreme left. And once you open that door, you'll take the corridor and the washrooms are right there. So right now, allow me to invite Mr. Peter Muramira, who is the Deputy Director, Investment Promotion and Business Development at the Uganda Investment Authority, to start us off. You're welcome.
Uh, Thank you, MC. The story for Uganda and Arab Emirates is not a new one. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of you that have made that initial step towards investment decision. Today we are here to talk about bridges, not the ones on the road, but the ones that get us here. So the representation in this room, the protocol that I have is covering all the way from government. I want to ensure that the protocols are in order. The representative of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Ministers, the Excellencies, the ambassadors, and especially our ambassador from UAE present, the distinguished delegates, our visitors from United Arab Emirates, the representatives of the private sector present here that I recognize from both United Arab Emirates and Uganda, the representatives of other government agencies present in the room, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You are not here by mistake. You're here to be part of the most important business discussion currently happening, and that is why we gather here. And it's a great honor for me and a pleasure on behalf of Uganda Investment Authority to welcome you to this fourth edition of the United Arab Emirates Business Forum, and such a platform that brings us together for strengthening bilateral relations and expanding trade and investment opportunities between Uganda and United Arab Emirates. I want you to look at your neighbor and say this word called relationship. Say relationship. Relationship. At the center of any leadership or at the center of any business or investment discussion, we want to make sure that we have a very solid relationship. And that is the meaning of being here. The Ugandan government, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, and the whole government has focused on key economic indicators. And for you to be here, the economic facts say it all, where we have GDP that is growing, inflation that is at lowest, the GDP growth now shooting up to 7, and that FDI inflows indicate that you are in the right area as Uganda. I would like to start by bringing greetings to you from the leadership of Uganda Investment Authority that I represent. That is Mr. Robert Mukiza, the management and the board, that have asked that I highlight mainly our partnership with United Arab Emirates, which has deepened in the last 5 years to attract investment of up to 170 million, accumulating nearly 1,200 jobs, and the key sectors being manufacturing, mining, agriculture, real estate, and ICT. United Arab Emirates, therefore, continues to play a pivotal role as a gateway for Uganda's exports, as we shall see in the presentation. And through the discussions in this forum, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that Uganda and the exchange of trade between Uganda and United Arab Emirates continue to grow. This is not because we have seen it by mistake. This is because of the deliberate efforts of the ambassador of United Arab Emirates and his team to ensure that the tools and instruments of economic and commercial diplomacy are working, both here and between Uganda and United Arab Emirates. So I would like to ask the IT team to make a presentation, and I would like to draw your attention to the key areas that Uganda Investment Authority is focusing on, ladies and gentlemen. Right as we begin, I would like to emphasize the fact that Uganda, next page. Yeah. Uganda, as we speak at the moment, when you look up in the north, in the south, to the left, to the right, we are the most secure country. So bringing your investment into Uganda ensures that both your people and the infrastructure are secure. Property is secure, people are secure. So I would like us to, first of all, recognize the efforts of the NRM government that have ensured that there is order in this country, that there is security in this country, and that the people and the goods can come in and go out at any time. I ask that we clap for the leadership at the moment in recognition of that effort. In Uganda alone is where we allow repatriation of profit. When you make money here, we will ensure that as you make it, you either decide to leave it here or you take it out. And the business community that I've already established here that I talked about, that are in excess of 1,000 in Uganda, and licensed investment from UAE of over 52 in Uganda can attest to that in the various sectors in the economy. I would like quickly move to the market. When we talk about the East African market and the expanded market of East Africa, we are not talking about Uganda, but we are talking of a market that has grown over time, that attracts attention globally, with all the brands that are in the country representing how strong we are. These brands have located into Uganda because of the benefits highlighted, and we are now members of a strong economic zone, COMESA, that has over 21 countries in that association. So, with the bilateral arrangements that have been arranged between the countries and the multilateral arrangements that are organized at the level of the regional groupings, you are confident that you'll benefit from your location and your goods coming from this market to the markets of East Africa. Mind you, this is not only for COMESA for the 21 countries. We are now seeing that Uganda is ready for the AFTCA, and then we will also, because of that membership, benefit from the global movements that have been able to penetrate all continents of the destination of tourism, and that we have won awards across the world because they recognize that, because of the reasons that I've given earlier on, Uganda has now become the best tourism destination. Ladies and gentlemen, I highlighted the fact that we have seen the capital investment in projects that are on the ground. These are capital projects. His Excellency the President has emphasized the fact that we need to emphasize that Uganda is not a raw material producing country. We are now moving into value addition. So, as United Arab Emirates and Uganda, the partnership that we are looking for is that will increase our value addition capability in the areas of agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development, but also ICT. That is where your business center are enabling business to move very well in the sectors that I have highlighted earlier on. The key investment opportunities that we are looking at are in those thematic areas. So we have commercial agriculture, and that is where we are talking of agro-processing and value addition. We are talking of industrial parks. In my next few slides, I'll be showing you how we have ensured that there is a very good network of industrial parks across the country. And because, again, the government is emphasizing that we are very connected and the region, there is no hindrance as far as moving raw material from one part of the country to the other, to ensure that there is production and there is uptake in those industrial parks. So the opportunities in agro alone, as we move forward, look at moving on the quality so that we match global standards. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the other areas, as I will highlight, because of time, cannot be mentioned and exploited here, but we want to ensure that we are attracting investment across all the value chains, and we have taken very careful study to ensure that we know where the comparative advantage is where in the country. So when you want to do tomatoes, if you want to do cotton, we take you to the spot where you are. The time for feasibility studies has already been done. We have all the infrastructure in our one-stop center to ensure that you don't waste time. We can go straight to ensuring that you do what you want. We are ready for business. Tourism and accommodation, again, as I've said, because we have attracted attention, we have all global brands coming here, and you can be rest assured that for your business meetings, taking breaks when you're here, your family is coming here, when you're here, you will be served. And our tourism sector is ready to absorb you. What we are looking for now is high-end accommodation to be able to attract very high-level tourists that are able to stay here longer and in comfort. So the roads have been done, the infrastructure in the hotels is still needs to be invested in. So we invite all global brands that are out there to come and we see how to improve on our tourism and accommodation in the country. As far as hospitality is concerned, the food items are immense. So you are here as we will be enjoying through the week. The food that you'll be enjoying is unbeatable. You cannot find it anywhere in the world. Uganda is the food basket for the region, but also for the continent. And we are happy to partner with you to ensure that we maximize the potential under tourism and accommodation. That shows you the safari lodges, the heritage site, the tracking systems, the urban conference centers. We want such facilities across the country, maybe 4 more in each of the sub-regions, so that we can enjoy the country wherever we go. Sorry, next slide. So we go to mining. I would like to quickly rush into the mining opportunities. We have a very massive opportunity. If you scan those two items, you'll see that you have data around licensing and ready mines for acquisition. It also shows you the joint ventures that are in mining. We have gone deep into understanding where the amounts are in terms of the capacity of mines. Our key minerals are gold, tin, lithium, and rare earth, but we are also interested in others that are for purposes of energy, renewable energy, and any mineral in that will propose and will propel the industry in terms of renewable energy is an area of focus. We have a massive opportunity in oil and gas, both in downstream and midstream and upstream. We have a huge potential in storage terminals, petrochemical-based industries, and other refined petroleum product storage. This again shows you the network of our potential as far as oil and gas is concerned, and the construction of the pipeline that you are aware of, which will connect us between Uganda and the coast, gives us an opportunity to be sure that our and our revenue will remain up in that regard. We now go to electricity infrastructure. The opportunities here are both in distribution, in transmission, and generation. The idea is to ensure that we have enough capacity in the country to power all these industries that we have proposed. Our capacity in industrial parks is not to the level where we need it to be. So we are relying on opportunities that will boost our energy capacity. So when you look at, for example, in distribution network, the expansion opportunity is over $1 trillion. The distribution of power network in Ayago and Ariang at 5 million, and the feasibilities are already going on. And the custodian for all these opportunities is Ministry of Energy, and I'm sure they will be here to discuss the details as we move on. This is just for you to be aware of the opportunities to tap in. The electricity tariff in Uganda is approximately at 0.0%, and those cents are for you to ensure that you are confident that you will be able to make margins that are good for your business. Next slide. That takes us to the minerals that we talked about earlier on. We have ready projects that can attract investment up to 500 million. Manufacturing industrialization is key. And here again is where I emphasize that preparations have already been made across the country. So far, we have 7 industry parks, and we have other 7 coming up in the next 2 years. The aim is to have over 25 industrial parks in the next 10 years. So we can then rely on what can boost our energy levels and can attract the labor that we want to focus on. Then I want to take you to the location of these industrial parks. Again, this is um, the transport system. I'll come back to the incentives, but this is the map for the industrial parks. It shows you how they are distributed in terms of private industrial parks and government industrial parks. It also looks at those that are EPP, that are both private and public. For example, the one in Mbale. We also have that model where a private investor can come and we have an entire location very well designed for a good business model for industrial park. And that will be one of the opportunities for you. Again, under industry, we have the those are the lineup of industrial parks that I mentioned, from Namanve to Jinja to Weyogerere. Those are the 7 that I highlighted. And then you have up to Karamoja, Koboko, you have Mukono, basically covering the whole of Uganda and opportunities. If you look at the total amounts that are expected, the partnership of attracting over 2 trillion in industrial park development will bring us massive development, and we are not very sure that we have this money inland, and that's why we believe that United Arab Emirates can come in and we partner to build this capacity in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally the one-stop center. So what I have been focusing on in mostly the first part of this presentation was on visibility, on how as Uganda we are doing compared to other parts of the country if you're considering investment. So our visibility, and as far as our promotion agenda is concerned, I would like to assure you that Uganda is the best to come. But the reason why I say that is that we are also the best in terms of facilitation. When you come to Uganda, what experience are you expecting as a business partner? We want to ensure that you don't go all over the place. So the leadership of Uganda Investment Authority is focusing a lot on investor experience. And because of that, a lot of investment has gone into the one-stop center. This is home for over 25 other ministry department and agencies. For your work permits, for your URA pins, for business registration, you come to the one-stop center. Everything under one roof. Why? Because we want to make sure that as far as decision making is concerned, and because of the cognizance of red tape that is always frustrating investors, we want to make sure that you are comfortable as you come, and your experience we are guaranteeing you as our business partners is that you will have all the services you need from point of licensing to the point of actualizing your investment. So I would like to assure you that our teams that are here, and I would like to ask my colleagues that are in the room to put up their hands at Uganda Investment Authority. They are available to ensure that information is given. And I would like to draw your attention to key notes that you can refer to as we interact during these sessions. Number one is the investment code. This is on the website, and I would like you to look at it and ensure that you're not taken advantage of. Come straight to Uganda Investment Authority for purposes of interpretation and ensuring that you understand. The next one is the guide on tax incentives, which is going to be my last slide. These incentives are for you to know which area of expertise that you can go into. They ensure that when we are talking of the ATMs, agro industrialization, tourism, mineral development, then you can see where you are best suited for and then know exactly how to plan for your business and execution of your program. And lastly, is the barcode of the bankable projects. This again is online. I would like to draw your attention to the numerous bankable projects that are here. You would be able to understand that we have taken a step in identifying opportunities across the sectors that I've highlighted, and everything that I missed out in the presentation will be in this book. Now, finally, I would like to request that I just highlight key incentives so that we are together in terms of our business planning. So take an example in agro. We have 10 years tax holiday for agro processors. No import duty on importation of plant machinery for agro processing. And all these agriculture inputs are exempt from duty. Under manufacturing sector, VAT deferment on plant and machinery is the key highlight, and zero duty on plant and machinery utilized for setting up an industry in the industrial parks that I have mentioned. On tourism, look at that. Hotel equipment and fixtures and furniture are exempt from taxes of importation. VAT is at zero in exempt on accommodation and tourism of hotels and lodges located up country. Again, I mentioned that we want to attract the kind of Speke hotel up country. So when you invest in that kind of opportunity, you'll expect good incentives there. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are immense, and so is the network and the relationships that you'll build in the next few days. I would like to encourage you to utilize every network that is available, but most importantly, come to Uganda Investment Authority for any sort of interpretation, clarification, and we'll be happy to support. Once again, I would like to thank the ambassador and congratulate you for building such a strong relationship with United Arab Emirates, and also thank each and every one of you that have taken that bold step to ensure that you choose Uganda and you have not made a mistake. I wish you good luck and good deliberations during the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Muramira, the Deputy Director, Investment Promotion and Business Development at the Uganda Investment Authority. I mean, who else would have said it better than you have done? And now that the ground is set, uh, we are now good to go. I want to give you about two cheat codes. First of all, within the room here, we have access to the internet. There are some sheets that have a code that you can scan and be able to access the internet. Now, secondly, as we prepare to have our next speaker, who's also going to start us off with a video, Mr. Joseph Kalibala, the Vice President of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce. As we prepare to come, let me give these people just a very small cheat code. If you have your internet, just log on to www.exploreuganda.com. You will find everything about Uganda. And I told you you could stay here a little longer and enjoy Uganda. There's also another cheat code within there if you have very little time to be within Uganda. They will show you how to enjoy Uganda within your limited time. So don't miss out. Now, that said, if we have the video ready, I would like to invite the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Joseph, take it off.
Good morning. Members, we are investors, we are businessmen. We need to speak with a bit more energy. Good morning. Perfect. I have a small video. I don't know if it's ready before I give my small remarks. Okay, as they are working on that, allow me to stand on the previous protocol. Are we good to go, or I should give my remarks before the video? I think the video is a very good icebreaker this morning. Let's start from the beginning, please, and put in some volume. First, pause it right there, add some volume, and we start. Thank you.
Untapped beauty and endless opportunity. Uganda, a land of untapped beauty and endless opportunity. Under the visionary leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, Uganda has undergone a remarkable transformation, and today it has become a hub of innovation that is ready for investment. And at the forefront of this business renaissance stands the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. UNCCI is the heartbeat of Uganda's private sector, with almost a century of unwavering of cultures and home to some of the most hospitable people on earth. You will experience firsthand the kindness and generosity of Ugandans, both in business and in everyday life. Whether you are a small or medium-sized enterprise looking to scale up, a multinational corporation seeking new markets, or an investor seeking high returns and positive impact, Uganda and UNCCI have something for you. With its diverse range of sectors, including agriculture, innovation, the country's economic potential is only set to grow. As an active participant in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Uganda is at the forefront of Africa's economic integration. Located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda shares the largest strategic border, providing easy access to regional markets with a massive population of about 520 million people through its well-developed transport and communication networks. From the towering peaks of the Rwenzori Mountains to the pristine wilderness of Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, home to over 50% of the world's mountain gorilla that call Uganda home, Uganda boasts of breathtaking natural wonders such as the Nile River, Lake Victoria, and a rich diversity of wildlife. This East African nation has emerged as a sought-after tourist destination thanks to unparalleled attractions such as the tree-climbing lions of Ishasha, the rare species of chimpanzees and elephants that roam the Queen Elizabeth Gorge. Lake Munyonyo and the Kazinga Channel boast of an abundance of rare bird species that even rival the famed Amazon forest. The markets of Uganda are a feast for the senses, with vibrant colors, delicious smells, and a friendly hustle-bustle. It's a place where you can taste the flavors of Africa and experience the rich culture and traditions of its people. By investing in Uganda, You are not just investing in a country. You are investing in the dreams and aspirations of the people who call Uganda home and their neighboring countries. Come and experience the beauty and potential of Uganda for yourself and let UNCCI be your guide. Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
I think we can clap for that. Morning once again. Allow me to stand on the previous protocol. I must confess something, that you in the audience and I have something in common. Can anyone guess what that is? I'll cut out the guessing. Both of us don't know what I'm going to speak about today morning. This is because I was called earlier today by my president that please stand in for me at this summit. And I said, this is okay for me because I speak as a businessman, I speak as a manufacturer, and I think we speak the same language. How do we break even? How do we make business? How do we make whole? And that is what I'm here to speak about today. I want to commend government for their one-stop center because they are the starting block to this whole process. But I want to speak about what the opportunities are. Of course, I want to first thank the ambassador for having put this together. Also, it's an honor for me to represent the president of UNCCI. And UNCCI is a 92-year-old institution in this country. So we stand not only on ceremony, but on history of what we can do for you as investors. And I believe today's conversation is not merely about figures, it's not merely about targets, but it's about deepening our trust and understanding our shared priorities, about sustainable contribution between the UAE and Uganda. Because we are not strangers. We have been in this dance for the last 20 years. And I believe because of the MOU signed across board, it's about how do we actualize what is on ground. Okay? So we need to talk about how do we make these projects more tangible in terms of investment. How do we strengthen the chains and build resilience in the corridors between Uganda and the Emirates? So ladies and gentlemen, as introduced before, allow me to pause for allow the Honorable Minister to take her seat. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Yes, as introduced before, my name is Stephen Joseph Mpaji Kalubala. I don't know why I have so many names. Again, maybe it's an African thing. But I'm speaking to you not only as a member of UNCCI, but also as a member of Uganda Manufacturing Association. We have been in manufacturing for the last 45 years. This is in terms of switchgear. This is in terms of capacity building. This is in terms of renewable energy. And I speak to you as a businessman of generation number 2, talking about the family ties we have as a country, the family ties as a government, and the potential we have in this country. I can comfortably say, as a businessman, we are into transformers and switchgear, and we have been given the aid to do this because of our government. I think let's clap for that. And as businessmen, the potential is limitless within this country. I can say it again, the potential is limitless. So I can go on, but allow me to say, because I think the video did most of the talking for me, we're here to talk about how do we make money, how does that money speak to us with government, with investment authority. Not only bridges the gap, but gives us a starting block to keep on growing and building. We now have to operationalize this. Let's stop talking, let's start making money. I know the speaker gave us cheat codes on something. Let me give you a cheat code from the sector I'm in, the electricity supply industry. In the next 2-3 years, with the level of development we have as a country, which actually is the most in East Africa, we will not have enough electricity for the level of development. Government is doing a lot, but you can do a lot. That is low-hanging fruit. With our young population in the world over, how do we entrench and upskill this youth? I know Minister will talk about what the vocation schools are doing, but more can be done. These are just small snippets of what we can do. And again, as a businessman, I don't have many words, but let me end by saying that, let me just give you a story. I love telling stories as a businessman. That when we were younger, in the African context, my mother, on Christmas Day, would cook from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. because the food she was cooking that day was different from any other food, because the belief was, we're not doing something tangible. We're cooking a special meal for you. And with the minister in the room, I can assure you, as Ugandans, we are cooked and ready to be served to you. We're cooked and ready to appreciate and take in the investments, because we have security, we have infrastructure, we have governance, and we have energy efficiency. So let me end by saying that Uganda and UAE are not only trading partners, but we are development partners. And on behalf of the president of UNCCI, who I'm representing, allow me to affirm our commitment to not only ensure that this, again, this is also to the ambassador, to ensure that this forum does not only translate into just talking, but into real partnerships, real jobs, a real future, and a greater Uganda for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalibala. Since you also accept that you have quite a mouthful of names, I think we shall choose what to call you. Thank you for your speech today. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome once again our Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, especially privatization and investment. That's her docket. Honorable Evelyn Anite Kajik, you're welcome. And I can say that with your presence, we are in the right hands. Everybody who wants to talk investment, and Anita is around, you're speaking the right language. We will call you later to hear from you, but for now, allow me invite Ambassador Henry Maega to say a word.
Honorable Minister of State for Finance and Economic Planning and Development, Evelyn Anite, Your Excellency Ambassador Zake Kibedi, Uganda's Ambassador to the UAE, our good friends, I will not mention their names, who have come all the way from the UAE because of the special friendship that we have between the two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is simple. Basically to, first of all, congratulate ourselves for cementing the friendship that does exist between our two countries, Uganda and the UAE. The Chinese have got a saying that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. But this is the fourth edition of the Uganda UAE Business Forum. So that means we have done 4 steps. And there are so many more steps that we need to make in order to realize the benefits of our special friendship as two countries. I wanted to mention something, since the minister is here, that probably we need to take this a little further by establishing maybe a joint permanent commission between the two countries, what Ambassador Zake has mentioned this morning to me while we had a conversation. Basically to have a comprehensive agreement between the two countries. Then we can take good care of ourselves as two countries. But as I said, Mine is very simple. Basically to recognize the various personalities who are here gathered with us from the MDAs of the Republic of Uganda. Some of them you have already seen, and some have presented, like Mr. Peter Muramira, who is representing the DG of Uganda Investment Authority. Mr. Peter Muramira is Director of Investment and Business Development at UIA. I want also to recognize Mrs. Olive Lumonya, who is Deputy CEO of the Civil Aviation Authority. Most welcome. I take this opportunity as well to recognize Mr. Asimwe Stephen, who is the CEO of the Private Sector Forum Foundation of Uganda. I also take this opportunity to recognize he's a former Minister of Agriculture, and he has been part of us during these business forums that we've had before, both here in the UAE, Honorable Victoria Sectoreko, who is the CEO of Agribusiness Alliance of Uganda. I also take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Katari Kawe, who comes from Pasaid, but she's also a presidential advisor. Lastly, but not least, I want to recognize Mr. Joseph Kalibara, who has just done a wonderful job here. He has given a speech which was very brief, but very meaningful. When we attended the COP, not the COP, the Expo, Dubai Expo 2020, we remember, we Ugandans who went to attend it, that the leader of Dubai gave a speech which was very brief. And so, Mr. Kalibara, thank you very much for that brief. The rest of the representatives of the various MDAs will be recognized as and when they do arrive. And it is now my singular honor to invite Ambassador Zake Kibedi to come and make his remarks, who will then, after his speech, invite the Minister of State to give her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Maiga Henry. Honorable Minister, Every Nanite, the State Minister for Investment, I thank you for coming. As I've been briefing my colleagues, my friends from the UAE, that you are up country with the President, we are happy that you've spared the time to come in and go back. So for that reason, as you've requested, after my remarks, I'll invite my brother here, His Excellency Sultan, to say a few things before you come. But when I go to the UAE, I looked at the mandate of the mission and realized the reason why it was established in 2009 to promote economic and commercial diplomacy. And I was happy to note that my predecessor, the very first Ugandan ambassador in UAE registered to participate today, I don't know if he's here, Professor Chiwanuka Semakula, he hasn't come. But because that is the best major reason why we were established in the UAE, the missions in the UAE, the Abu Dhabi Embassy and Dubai Consulate, decided to aggressively engage businesses, companies, and entrepreneurs in the UAE. And one thing we've learned from them, that if you want to succeed in promoting business, businesses should talk to each other. So for that reason, since one of the objectives for organizing this forum is business matchmaking, I would like to introduce the businesses that are here today. from the UAE. Honorable Minister, I would like to inform you that with us we have His Excellency Sultan Jemei Al-Hindas, Director General of Jaira Chamber of Commerce and Industry, just next to you. We have the Director for East Africa Dubai Chambers, Mr. Michael Gathu. Where are you seated? He's just behind there. We have the Director for East Africa Sharjah Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Francis Ntagaza. He's just here. So for the other companies, allow me to introduce you in your respective clusters. Honorable Minister, the thematic areas for this business forum is commercialized agriculture, agro-industrialization, and agribusiness. The businesses from UAE that are from this sector, please stand up for recognition. In agriculture, from UAE, the companies that have come under agriculture, we have Ahmad here, we have Dr. Sultan Deya Sudil, then there is also Ali there. Then we have companies that have come from the tourism sector, from Dubai. Is Ahmed here? There is one, yeah, he's here. He's established a company here. He'll talk about his experience of setting up a company here. Then we have businesses in the area of energy, minerals development, oil and gas. Please stand up for recognition. They are here. Then we have also businesses from infrastructure, innovation, and technology. Stand up for recognition. Then we have the traders and manufacturers from the UAE. Stand up for recognition. Thank you. So that was done purposely for the matchmaking and the B2B program we are going to have. But Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, I would like to welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Uganda UAE Business Forum. The first edition was held in 2022 in the UAE. And we were encouraged by our co-organizers that we should alternate venues. So the second was held here in 2023 and was presided over by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. The third was held last year in UAE, and the Ugandan delegation was led by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja. And now we are back in Kampala for the momentous 4th edition of the UAE Uganda Business Forum. The UAE Uganda Business Forum is an annual event that is organized by the Uganda Embassy in Abu Dhabi, together with the Consulate General in Dubai, in collaboration with the UAE Embassy in Kampala, Abu Dhabi Department for Economic Development, Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce, Dubai Chamber of Commerce, Sharjah Chamber of Commerce, Fujairah Chamber of Commerce, and Ras Al Khaimah Chamber of Commerce. And the objectives are to strengthen bilateral partnerships for investment, trade, tourism, and innovation, to facilitate networking among business leaders, investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs, discuss opportunities and challenges of doing business between Uganda and UAE, and also to ensure that the companies doing business here and in Uganda come to know what each other is doing by showcasing innovative products, services, and business models. And this, we anticipate, would result into influencing policy dialogue and create an enabling environment for businesses. I've already talked about the thematic areas. I will not repeat that again. And the approach for this forum, Honorable Minister, is a 3-day event. This time around, we started with field visits because it was advised by the chambers of commerce that last year, in 2023, while we were here, the field visit was done last, so they did not have time to discuss with their hosts here, their counterparts, on their experiences in the field. So yesterday, they started with field visits, and the plan was that they come with fresh ideas and experiences from the field, which they can base on to engage into constructive discussions when it comes to the time of B2B and B2G. And fortunately, last evening when I was dining with some of them, I received encouraging and interesting feedback. Like one company, Fly6, stand up again for recognition. They picked interest. Fly6 is one of those companies that are behind the smart gates in Dubai when you get at the airport. And they also in discussions with the immigration, please you can resume your seats. They're in discussions with the immigration here to see if they can get an opportunity to do the same at our airport here. Honorable Minister, they will be meeting with the Deputy Director General of Civil Aviation Authority to discuss how they can collaborate. But when they visited the Innovation Hub in Nakawa, they identified 3 innovators that they would like to support in terms of mentoring and any other support that they will be interested in. There is another company that visited Port Bell. They are interested to work with the Ministry of Works on modernizing that pier and the port as well. So I think it was a good idea that we start with the field visits and then it facilitates the session of B2B, B2G, and G2G. Day 2 is today, when we officially opening up the session. And this session, we are happy that you are here. And the Right Honorable Prime Minister will be joining us at around midday to make a keynote address. And day 3 will continue with a plenary session in the morning where we shall have a presentation on the economic outlook of Uganda by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Dr. Ramadan Gobi. Then we shall continue with the B2B, B2G before the closing ceremony. Before the closing ceremony, we shall have a session where the companies from UAE that have established here will share experience on doing it in Uganda from the UAE and vice versa. We also have some companies here that have registered in UAE from Uganda. The relationship between Uganda and the United Arab Emirates has evolved into a dynamic, multifaceted partnership underpinned by strategic, economic, diplomatic, and infrastructural collaborations. The partnership reflects a shared commitment of sustainable development, regional connectivity, and technology advancement. The connectivity has been enhanced by 6 daily flights between UAE and Uganda. Honorable Minister, when I go to the UAE in 2018, we only had 2 direct flights. That was Emirates and Fly Dubai. As we talk today, we have 6 direct flights daily. We have Emirates. Fly Dubai is operating 2 flights a day, Air Arabia 2 flights a day, and your own, Uganda Airlines. This has facilitated increase of trade and business relations between the 2 countries. Diplomatic ties between Uganda and the UAE have been strengthened through high-level visits and institutional agreements. In January this year, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, visited the UAE, and in May this very year, the UAE Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Highness Sheikh Abdallah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, visited here, leading to signing of 6 memoranda of understanding across various sectors. Of course, you represented government to sign one, which was on investment, but also we signed another on works and transport, diplomatic training and capacity building, joint development agreement, digital transformation, and energy. Foreign direct investments. The story, when you start talking about the relationship between Uganda and the UAE, it never ceases to be interesting. Foreign direct investment, this is unbelievable. I'm going to give you real examples. Foreign direct investments, Honorable Minister, from UAE to Uganda have grown from US dollars 300 million in 2018 to 3.5 billion in 2024. I want to give examples by showing some of the companies that have invested here from the UAE. I'll start with Sharjah Chamber. Francis, stand again for recognition. Sharjah Chamber is investing in the 3rd international airport of Uganda. You may take your seat, please. They already contracted a company to do the construction of the runway. The works are ongoing, where phase 2 is going to include building of a terminal house. And after that, they are going to lead establishment of 15 international hotels. 15 international hotels. Honorable Minister, with your indulgence, since you are in this industry of hospitality, I would like to recommend that perhaps you consider purchasing some land in Karamoja, because 5 years from now, it's going to be another place in Uganda. And also we have a company here, Amia Power. Stand up for recognition. Amia Power. They were with us yesterday. They are building in Alua a 20 megawatt plant of solar plant, solar energy. And after that, they are going to build a 200 megawatt plant in Karamoja again. It's going to be a hybrid and the first of its kind on the continent of Africa. During the day, it's going to generate 120 megawatts of solar energy, and in the night, 80 megawatts of wind energy. Also here with us, I don't know if your friends are here, Modern Group. We invited them. They've established so many industries in Uganda, building materials, including tiles, aluminium products, and now they've gotten into the sugar industry. They've acquired 2 factories in Uganda, but also they are setting up what they say is going to be the largest sugar factory in Uganda, in Buyende. They are setting it up in Buyende. And then you've heard about the company Alpha MBM that has signed an agreement with the Ministry of Energy to develop the oil refinery in the oil area. That is Hoima. We have Metro Cement here. Please stand up for recognition. They are part of the sponsors of this event. They are one of them. They've established a cement factory in Kamonkoli in Mbale, and it is due for commissioning, Honorable Minister, if we could arrange with the head of state to go and commission the factory. They have now 3 lines of production. They are producing semi-4, and also they are ready to start semi-2. Among other investments, they're also considering to invest in real estate. They are working with another investor from UAE, together with the leadership of the diaspora, to set up a diaspora village here in Uganda. And Honorable Minister Haji Mutasa Kafero is here. Stand up for recognition. He has offered land in Nakweru, over 600 acres for this project. So also Nakweru is going to change. You may find a small UAE there. We shall soon be announcing, after concluding the negotiations, when this project is going to start. Also, we have General Petroleum. They've set up a lubricants factory in Namamve. We have Mazda. It's a UAE government company investing in renewable energy. I understand they are represented here. They are here. Mazda. Mazda is the largest, as of now, they are the largest investors in renewable energy on the continent of Africa. It's a UAE company. And then also DP World, I understand you are represented here. Do we have the representative, DP World? They are here. We are discussing with them to see how we can develop a dry port in Uganda, because logistics has been one of our challenges when it comes to exporting our products. Also, there is a company, Honourable Minister, known as One Mobility. They want to invest in public transport in Kampala. This will help us to improve on the public transport within the city. In Africa, they are now doing the BRT, the Bus Rapid Transit System in Dar es Salaam, and in Cairo as well. It's a company based in Abu Dhabi. Trade between Uganda and the UAE has significantly increased from 600 million US dollars in 2018, when UAE was number 5 market for Ugandan products globally, to 2.85 billion US dollars as of September last year, which has led the UAE to become number 1 market destination for Ugandan products. I want by show hands to see how many exporters are here with us today. Ugandan exporters, please stand up for recognition. The exporters that are here. So make sure that these 2 days you interact with the chambers of commerce. Please take your seat. I want to tell you one thing, that if you can work on the 2 challenges we are faced with, the lack of consistency in quality and quantity, the market in UAE can even be grown 10 times. I want to share with you my personal experience. Before I reported to the UAE, I was first posted to the Nordic countries. The restrictions to export Ugandan products to Europe are more stringent than UAE. So that's why we should take this opportunity that in UAE, as long as you can consistently supply your products, the market can grow even 10 times than it is as of now. So let's try to work together on this so that we can enhance on the volumes that we are exporting to the UAE. The great hospitality and the kindness of the UAE people have facilitated the increase of Ugandans living and working in the UAE from 40,000 in 2018 to over 160,000 as of last year. This has facilitated for enhancement and increase of remittances from 50 million US dollars in 2018 to over 350 million US dollars as of last year. To support the traders, business people from Uganda to establish in the UAE, the embassy and the consulate have created a Uganda Business Center. And the commercial assistant is here. I don't know where is Imran. But where is Honourable Minister? Most welcome. Please. I would like to recognize the arrival of Honourable Minister Dr. Musenero Monica, the Minister for Science and Innovation. It's just because we had only 1 day for field visit, but for those of you that are still here after we close the forum, we can organize for you to visit one of the projects that have been established by her ministry, the first vehicles to be manufactured in Uganda, they are electric buses and other cars. So we can organize. It is in Jinja. I will not say that it's my hometown, but we can organize and you visit there. So, Honourable Minister, most welcome. The relationship, as I was saying before, that to facilitate more Ugandan businesses to establish in the UAE, we've set up a business center. And this business center is going to help majorly exporters, small and medium-sized enterprises to expand your market to improve on your products, market intelligence, plus any other assistance you may need. We anticipate that if you support it and work closely with it, we shall dramatically increase these numbers that we've talked about of our exports. The UAE-Uganda relationship exemplifies a robust and evolving partnership characterized by mutual respect, strategic investments, and collaborative efforts across various sectors. Our expectations out of this business forum is new business relationships established. That's why you must have realized when you look through the program that we've created more time for B2B, B2G, and G2G. Because it's not only about sitting and talking, but we want to see some tangible outcomes out of this business forum. And also, we expect to strengthen connections among industry stakeholders. We expect to see potential joint ventures as a result of this or collaboration agreements. I'm happy that some companies from the field visit they had yesterday, they mentioned to me that they're in negotiations with some companies here, and perhaps tomorrow, during the closing ceremony, we may see some MOUs signed between some UAE and Ugandan companies. Identification of bankable projects. Investment Authority has been presenting on this. Sir, from Investment Authority, I would like to inform you that the Director General informed me that the Fujairah Chamber of Commerce has a membership of over 30,000 members, and they are here to identify opportunities that they can promote to their members of commerce. And he has assured me that next year, this time around, when we are hosting the Uganda UAE Business Forum in UAE, they will also be happy to host us in Fujairah. We also expect to come out with trade deals here. Once again, I would like to recognize the arrival of my colleague, the Deputy Head of Mission. Here, please, Your Excellency, Deputy Head of Mission, UAE Embassy in Kampala. That is your seat, sir, and the bag is yours. Welcome. And I would like to conclude by emphasizing why, as Uganda, to me, not because I'm the ambassador of Uganda in UAE, but to me why UAE should become one of the top strategic partners for Uganda. It is because where they are now, honorable ministers, is where we want to be in 15 years. The tenfold program is aimed to raise our economy to 500 billion US dollars. As of 2024, the UAE economy is valued at 537 billion US dollars. And honorable ministers, this is possible. Why is it possible for us to be there? The statistics I got from the World Bank shows that in 1970, UAE economy was valued at 686 million US dollars. And the Ugandan economy in the same year was valued at 1.2 billion. Uganda economy was bigger than UAE economy in 1970. But now, they are at 537 billion US dollars. So when we strengthen this collaboration, this cooperation, then we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Honorable Minister Monica, I want to inform you that last year, at the sidelines of the COP, no, it was 2 years back, COP28, Uganda and UAE signed an MOU on cooperation in areas of modernization of the economy and also development. So we can use this to see how we can leapfrog from the 65 billion economy we are today to the 500. If they've been able to make it, then why not us? So they've welcomed us with open hands, And it's the reason why the President of the Republic of Uganda has been the UAE 3 times in 2 years, including this year he came in January. So let's, based on this kind of strong relationship, to fast track our strategy, the 10-fold strategy. With those few remarks, I don't know if they are few, but I felt that it really was important for you to get this information so that when you engage to B2B, G2B, you know what to do and how to do it for follow-up purposes. I would like to show you my colleagues. I'm not doing this work alone. I have a team. My colleagues from the embassy, are you anywhere close here to stand up for recognition? And the consulate, they are behind there. So you can connect with them because you see you are giving us a lot of work. Wherever so much business comes through Uganda and the UAE, the embassy and the consulate also get to do more. So we also have my colleague here, Ambassador, once again, welcome, the Deputy Head of Mission. I convey the apologies of the UAE Ambassador in Kampala, is in the UAE. And I also like to inform Your Excellency that today we have about 30 companies that are here from the UAE and 3 chambers of commerce. We have Fujairah Chamber of Commerce, Sharjah Chamber of Commerce, and Dubai Chamber of Commerce. And tomorrow, we're expecting to sign some MOUs in innovation, but also in hospitality. Those of you, especially the traders, you are familiar with landmark hotels. They have about 6 hotels in Deira. The general manager is there. Please stand up for recognition. He's here. He has come to discuss a possible partnership with Triangle Hotels. Haji Mutasa is here. This is how we do the matchmaking. So please feel free to reach out to the matchmaking desk. It's behind there. It is run by, it's managed by Angelo and Imran. Once again, stand up. Those that did not request for matchmaking is there. Please go and register your interest so that we look through the companies that are here and we connect you. So, Your Excellency, if you could come and make a few remarks, then I invite Honorable Anite. Just a few remarks, Your Excellency, Sultan, please.
Your Excellency, okay. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to be attending this business forum, Uganda, United Arab Emirates. I am very happy to see all of these companies from United Arab Emirates and also the businessmen who are interesting to make cooperation with our companies in the United Arab Emirates. Actually, this is first time to me to visit Uganda. I am very surprised. I am very surprised. This is, you are in great country. Thank you for our friend, ambassador of Uganda and United Arab Emirates for his invitation. And we hope to do something for both our countries. The United Arab Emirates and Uganda signed memorandum in 2024, so we would like to increase our cooperation with all departments, with all sectors between both of countries. Let me to give you brief information about Fujairah. Fujairah is the part of the United Arab Emirates.
It's one state. You know, the United Arab Emirates includes 7 Emirates: Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Al Ras Al Khaimah, and Fujairah. And we have 7 also chambers. Fujairah chambers, one of them. We have more than 30,000 members. We have international airport. We have also seaport, which is important seaport in the United Arab Emirates, which is outside of Strait of Hormuz. It's located on Indian Ocean. We have in Fujairah 2 seaports, trade seaports, and also we export around 70% from crude oils by Fujairah seaport. Fujairah seaport is also it's the deepest seaport in the Middle East, which is allowed to receive a super ship. We have 5 free zones in Fujairah, more than 250 factories. We have mining source in Fujairah, which is copper, limestone, and the other mining things. Fujairah also, it's a good location for tourism, and also have many different hotels, which is have good services, and also have sea mountains for also diving and hiking. Fujairah has also Rukul. This is would use it for different things and with high qualities. Just brief information, and I would like to see you in Fujairah or in the United Arab Emirates. There is Gulf Food soon. Also, this is good opportunities for our companies. Finally, I would like to support any cooperation with to give any companies the facilities both in countries, in the United Arab Emirates or Uganda. Thank you, and I hope anyone to success. Finally, I would like all the companies who came to this business forum. Thank you.
Honorable Anita, now it's my singular honor to invite you to speak to the audience.
The Minister of Science and Technology, my friend Musemero, Dr. Musemero, the Ambassador of Uganda to UAE, Ambassador Zake Chibedi, our very able ambassador, the Deputy Ambassador of UAE to Uganda, the Director General of Fujairah, Chamber of Commerce and Industries, the Honorary Consul, or the Consul General of Uganda to Dubai, my friend, the Peter Mugerera from UAE, our dear investors from UAE, the Ugandan businessmen, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are you today? It's an exciting day, isn't it? I want to, first of all, spend the first half of my few minutes. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I want to spend the first half of my minutes to really ask every one of us to clap for Ambassador Zake Chibedi. Ambassador Zake, you are very able Ugandan. I think with you, President Museveni got a real deal. Because if all our ambassadors understood their job of being ambassadors abroad the way you did, we will be very far away. We are very, very proud of you, and indeed proud of your counterpart in Dubai, because I have seen you working so closely with him. We thank you very much. It's not small or mean feat to bring FDI of 3.5 billion US dollars. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you. And therefore, I want to thank all our investors from UAE for choosing Uganda as your investment destination. I want to thank you for bringing fresh and new brothers, and especially our brother from Fujairah. You're most welcome to the Pearl of Africa. I want to tell you, my brother, you're in a country which is of 3 Ps: very peaceful, very profitable, and prosperous. I know that you're prosperous, but you're going to be more prosperous if you come to Uganda and invest in Uganda. So you're most welcome to the Pearl of Africa. So please, if you're Ugandan like me, let us clap our hands and welcome him to Uganda. And to those who are coming to Uganda for the first time, you're most welcome. Feel at home. We're very hospitable people. Our head of state, who right now, if you watch television, will be donning in yellow shirt, like I am wearing a yellow coat, is moving around the country to protect the gains. And one of the gains that he's protecting is the peace and prosperity. And it's under his regime that our country has been steadily growing at an economic rate of 7%. And we have plans of growing our economy, and we want to chase UAE. In the next 10 years, we want our economy to reach 500 billion US dollars. And there's no way we can reach that 500 billion US dollars if we do not work with countries as strong as UAE. That is why today's business forum is spot on. It is the 4th edition, but I want to tell you that every edition is just better. It becomes better and better. I do remember that the first edition, when we were in UAE with the head of state, we had just about 100 people in the room. But today, we're more than 300 people in this room. At the time we were there, we only had like 1 company that had invested in Uganda. But today you can hear we're talking about 3.5 billion US dollars worth of FDI. And this is thanks to the tireless efforts of Ambassador Chibedi Zake. Thank you very much once again. And it is for the trust and confidence for the chambers of commerce. There are 3 chambers of commerce that have decided to invest in Uganda. To come and mobilize your chambers. And Fujairah is one of them. I've been to UAE several times. I've never been to Fujairah. Now you have attracted us to go to Fujairah. It's a 2-way traffic. When you come, we go. I can assure you, now you've asked us to go, I will come. And we shall also visit. So Ugandans don't just go to stop in the middle of Dubai. Now we should go to Fujairah as well. Now, I am very excited because today's meeting on the Business Forum has attracted many Ugandan businessmen. And I was very excited when I walked in and I heard a Ugandan businessman speaking here. And he was talking about the opportunities and the profitability of Uganda's economy. Now, don't look at me as a policymaker. I am not just a policymaker. I am an entrepreneur. I started as a policymaker and decided to go into investment. And so whatever I say, I actually didn't live it. When I tell you that Uganda is the most profitable destination in the whole of East Africa, if not Africa, I mean it. Because I know and I live it. Now I'm in the hospitality business, in manufacturing, cosmetics and textile. And I want to tell you that there is nothing that you can manufacture in the soils of Uganda that will remain on the shelves of your shop. Nothing. Everything you do value addition on will be sold. I only had one hand clap from my very able leader of private sector foundation. Please clap. It is possible. Even if you're in the hospitality industry, your hotels will never sleep empty. Now, mine is very far away, 660 kilometers away from the capital city, but it never sleeps empty. Whether you're in the hospitality industry, whether you're in manufacturing, whatever business, name it, because Uganda is in a very strategic position. Our location, the fact that we are bordering countries that are not peaceful, everyone comes to seek for refuge in Uganda. A population of 80 million people in DRC would like to come and buy all their essential goods in Uganda. They will bring their children to school in Uganda. And the same applies for South Sudan, and better still for Sudan, and for Eritreans, and for Somalians. They're all in Uganda. So what are you looking for as a businessman? You're looking for return on investment. You're looking for market. Now, in UAE, UAE is the capital for the world. Everyone goes to UAE. It used to baffle me why there are 14 gold refineries in UAE with 0 gold mines. Until I understood it is because of peace and stability of that country. Now, the other second country with that very peaceful environment is Uganda. Now, everyone from Silicon Valley is rushing to UAE. Return on investment, the profit margins are reducing because everyone now knows that if you want profitability, run there. So profit margins are reducing. But Uganda, one investor that Ambassador Chibedi made reference to, he's called Ashish Monpara. I was telling him return on investment is 14%. He told me, Honorable, it's not 14%, it's like 150%. I'm in the sugar industry. I want to tell you, there are businessmen and women who have worked in this country with only 10,000 US dollars. Today, they are having 75 factories, employing 11,000 Ugandans. And I will give you the name. Mr. Paul Zhang. He walked in, came from China, went to Tanzania, lost all his money. The only money he had on his body was 10,000 US dollars. He feared that he would lose that 10,000. He had nothing to feed his children. He had 2 kids. One of them was Tanzanian born. He decided to cross to Uganda. He came and started selling handbags with that 10,000. Because Uganda is a land of peace, profit, and prosperity, he came and prospered on our land. And today he has 75 factories in Bale Industrial Park. If you think I'm lying, I am going there right now. Come, we go together and you go and see and count for yourself. So I'm speaking to you, Ugandan, that it is possible. And it's not like government gives the money to the investor. It is the enabling environment. Whatever we tell the foreign investor is the one that we tell the Ugandan investor. It is the enabling environment. What I will ask of you, our partners in development, is that our challenge as a country is access to credit. My fellow citizens in this room, when you're having B2B with them, their biggest challenge is access to credit. Now, I know that you have access to cheap credit. My brother from Sharjah, my only ask of you is please bring to us affordable credit so that my brothers from this side will be able to access this money at an affordable rate and be able to do business. Whether it is trade, because they have the fruits, but they do not have the money to be able to do that business. Our government, President Museveni, has done well and started Uganda Development Bank, where interest rate is at 12%, but we're competing with countries, as yourself, where interest rate is at 1% or 2%. So we are looking for affordable credit. That is one ask. Ambassador Chibedi, when you go back to Sharjah, when you go back to UAE, bring for us many more investors who will bring for us fintech. I have been to Dubai. I have seen the financial area, which is only for finance, where there's affordable access to affordable finance. That is what we need in Uganda. Ugandans, my chairman for private sector, my ED for Private Sector Foundation will tell you, are very hardworking, highly educated, and ready to work. Our only undoing is access to credit. As Ugandan government, under the able leadership of President Museveni, what we're doing is to make Uganda landlocked. It is said that we're landlocked. We're working to make sure that we build our standard gauge railway to link our country. We need you to come and invest in the area of water transport, waterways. Now that we're building the meter gauge railway, the standard gauge railway, we still are lacking on the water transport. I know under your chambers, there are 3 chambers here. Under your chambers, you collect so many rich men. So there's a big investment opportunity in the waterways. I would like to ask you that you should get for us investors who can invest in the waterways. We still need investors on the value addition on our God-given natural resources. We have over 35 minerals. I did mention of gold, that we now need those refineries that you've attracted. The magic that you've used for attracting them in UAE, please attract them here. Send for us some to Uganda to come and do value addition on the gold, and so that you can get the gold rings and the chains to also be manufactured here in Uganda. I give you assurance that if you do invest in Uganda, Forex will not be your problem. We've not had that. We operate a liberalized economy. Now, many people say, no, Anita, don't say that. Don't make that statement. And I'm going to make it. And I'll tell them why it is a very good statement to make. We are a liberalized economy where we allow free movement of money. After you've paid our taxes, you've paid the utility bills, you are free to move your profit, whether you want to reinvest it or to move it to pay school fees or take care of your families that you've left back home. Because we know the reason why you invest here is to grow your money and take it to whichever direction you want. You're free to do that. It's a liberalized economy. Countries that have gagged, and for citizens, fellow citizens, countries that have gagged and refused free movement of money have run into a crisis of investors running away from their countries. And I'll not mention that to you, which country it is. You can go and do your research. That's why we've had an influx of investors running to our country. So for us, our president runs a liberalized economy, and that's why our economy is growing. I have spoken longer than I'm supposed to because I'm running to the campaign trail. That's why I've come dressed yellow. My final point is that for you who is visiting Uganda for the first time, who has visited for the second time, you want to take a decision to partner with the Ugandans. They're very trustworthy people. Please, they will not let you down. I believe Ambassador Chibedi has gathered only very good people. The bad apples have been left out. Now, nange nyogera bulungi naye nga temuswaza. So, they will be here working with you, do good partnership, good relationship. Everything has to be documented. May the good Lord bless all of you. For you citizens, remember, let's protect the gains. God bless you all.
Before Honorable Anita leaves, with the indulgence of Honorable Monica, I'll request that the ministers and the delegation from UAE, we take a group photo here before she leaves, and also my brother here, and the leaders of the government MDS. Please, let's step up here for a group photo. And some representatives of the Ugandan businesses that are seated in front, like Haji Mutasa Kafero, you can come and join the group photo. Please, Honorable Ministers.
The tall ones.
Can we please resume our seats? Where is my brother that has some gold refineries in Dubai? Since Honorable Anita talked about gold refineries, where are you? I would like you to have a brief interaction with her before she proceeds. Where are you? Dr. Sudhir. Where are you, Dr. Sudhir? Not the Sudhir, our host. Where is our brother for the gold refinery? Yes, I want him to meet the minister. If you could come and interact with the minister briefly. Yeah, interact with Honorable. Just interact with him briefly. You talked about gold refineries. That gentleman there has, you're talking about gold refineries in Dubai. He can accompany you outside. Okay, thank you. Can we resume our seats, please? Aja Bibu, I've organized for you a B2B with the Director General. Yes. I'm waiting for the minister before we resume to finish our engagement with our guest. Okay, before we take a break, we are going to get a brief presentation from Dr. Monica Musenero. I would like to introduce her that before she joined the government, she was teaching at the Faculty of Veterinary at Makerere University, and then she was appointed Presidential Advisor on Epidemics, and now she's the Minister for Science, Innovation, and Technology. Honorable Minister, we invited you to speak to us about science and technology as engines of economic growth. What role should the state play? It's your time now, Honorable Minister, to come and speak to the audience. Thank you. Honorable says she would like you to see her presentation here. So as the IT team tries to connect it, let's take a break. It's a networking coffee break. If we can use 30 minutes, and I request that the UAE companies should not talk to yourselves, so Ugandan companies. Mingo, talk to Ugandan companies, network with UAE companies, and vice versa. Can we use at most 30 minutes? Thank you.
so we can be able to proceed with the program. Said Uganda is a very diverse country in terms of culture, religion, and here we speak as many as more than 50 languages in this country. But since we are in Buganda, for those who have come from tubakulisayo mukulikeyo mukuwumulamu okwo, meaning welcome back. So as we get to settle in, we are now going to hear from our next speaker, who is he's the Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund, and is based on building sustainable futures and partnering for inclusive social protection and economic growth. He has a presentation, and as he comes here, I'll just tell you a few things about Patrick. So Mr. Patrick Michael Ayota, like I said, is the Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund, appointed 2023. But before that, he served as the fund's Managing Director since 2017, also as the Chief Finance Officer in 2011. He also holds several key leadership roles, including the Chairman Board of Directors at the New Vision Group, Non-Executive Director at Housing Uganda, and the Chairperson at ISSAA, Liaison Office for East Africa, amongst the many things he does. So welcome with me, Mr. Patrick Ayota, for the next presentation.
Good afternoon. I know we have a very hard task. After we've just come from outside and you are settling in, you have to listen to another speech, another presentation. It's something that you may not like. So I'm going to do something slightly different. So Your Excellency the Ambassador, Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. So I'm just going to take you through a brief presentation. I have it in 3 parts. The first part is the voice of the Ugandan. The next part is the voice of data. And the last part is going to be the voice from the UAE. Now you may say, excuse me, but you're Ugandan, what do you mean the voice from the UAE? Okay, just stay with me. We'll get there as we see it. I hope this can work. Is it? Oh, good. I wanted to show you, share something about Uganda. They may have told you, right smack in the middle of Africa is Uganda. What most people have not realized is that from Entebbe Airport to Cairo is 3.5-hour flight. From Entebbe to Lagos in West Africa is a 3.5-hour flight. From Entebbe to Johannesburg in Southern Africa is a 3.5-hour flight. It means this: if you have an establishment in Uganda, within 3.5-hour flight, you reach 3/4 of Africa as a market for your produce. This is what some people say about Uganda. Now, this is an interesting document. You may not be able to read it, but let me just go through it. This document was produced in 1946 by a gentleman by the name Wadington. And he said this was a development plan for Uganda. He quotes on the cover of that document Winston Churchill in 1904. So I'm just going to read what Winston Churchill said in 1904 when he visited Uganda. Now, for some of you Ugandans who don't really believe this guy came to Uganda. We didn't have roads. We didn't have the railway lines, no industry, nothing. But this is what he says about Uganda. When he saw the last sentence, my counsel plainly is this: concentrate upon Uganda. Nowhere else will the results be more brilliant, more substantial, or more rapidly realized. This guy sees Uganda in 1904. And that's what he says, that focus on Uganda. Nowhere else will the results be more substantial than you have. So Winston Churchill called it the Pearl of Africa. In Uganda, what we said, the biggest thing we have in Uganda, by the way, no offense to Dubai, is our weather. It's either hot or cool. And it's either hot and wet, or it's hot and dry and cool. So just call it sunshine. Bradley guys named Uganda the #1 tourist destination in Africa in 2024. That was last year. But what's amazing about that is, on that list, the #1 country is Switzerland. So just think about that. In this global ranking of the best tourist destinations in the world, there's Switzerland, then there's #2, #3, we won't mention it, and Uganda. BuzzFeed in 2023 said, Uganda is the 13th most beautiful country in the world. I disagree. I think we are #2. But I didn't write the article. So we won't argue about those petty little wording and ranking. But either way, this is what they said about us. We are the home of Lake Victoria, as you have been told. The largest number of mountain gorillas are in Uganda. And if you're from Rwanda here, you may say it's in Rwanda. Long time ago, our president decided that, we are going to have visa-free borders. So we removed the visa requirements for gorillas to cross into Rwanda or to cross back from Rwanda. So the Rwandese think there are more gorillas in Rwanda, but those are Ugandans who have just gone across and come back. The Nile, the longest river in the world. The largest number of bird species. This other one here, I really want to talk about, the tree climbing mountains. Only in Uganda, please, if you go to the national park and the lion begins to chase you, the traditional knowledge is climb a tree. Not in Uganda. Please, run as fast as you can, because that lion will climb the tree right after you. A land of contradictions, that the Rwenzori, which is smack in Uganda, on the tropics, along the equator, also has got snow on its peak. We, the people, love to work hard. We pray earnestly. We honor our traditions. Please get a chance to enjoy our unique cuisine. We create champions. All we do, if you're from Kenya here, a few years ago, would be the one behind that guy running. After a while, they're running right after us. Now the rest of the East Africans can't even see us anymore. And now the Kenyans try to say, no, those are our cousins who crossed over there. No, my friend. When you were winning, they were not your cousins. But now this is what we have. And then we dance like there is no tomorrow. You can get to and across Uganda on Uganda Airlines, the expressways, get on a boat to Kalangala. You can enjoy a walk. You can get on a motorcycle in Uganda, the borders, or you can just ride a bicycle. Either way, you can get across this country as easily as you need. You can choose to stay at a hotel like this one or Serena. You can get a 5-star lounge like in Barara. Choose a simple African hut, or just enjoy an outdoor tent. So if you really feel like it, come with your tent. I know when I went to Dubai one time, the first time in my life, I was hosted in a tent, in an air-conditioned tent. And I had never figured out that a tent can have air conditioning. I think if you brought it here, you would have some wonderful things to do. So that is kind of a glimpse of my, that's a glimpse, okay? Now, that's a glimpse of my Osan Uganda. That's the voice of the Ugandan. Now I got the voice of the data. This data will actually surprise you. This is what our data tells us. Now for you business people, Uganda is a net importer of goods and services and uses the USD as its main international trading currency. Because the Uganda shilling is a free floating currency, there are no foreign exchange controls. Somebody you had today, you can come with $100,000 in the morning, live with it in the afternoon, or live with $1 million in the afternoon. There are no foreign exchange controls. You can basically move this currency in and forth, keep it in Uganda currency, or keep it in the USD. The long-term exchange rate between the dollar and the Uganda shilling reflects the state of the economy in a free floating currency. So when we begin to look at this, this is the chart over the last 5 years that shows the exchange rate between the Uganda shillings and the dollar. Over the last year, and I ran this number up to yesterday, this is the 27th of October. Over the last 5 years, the Uganda shilling, or the USD, the dollar, has depreciated against the Uganda shillings. The Uganda shilling has actually strengthened against the dollar. The implication is this: if you came into this country with $10,000 5 years ago, exchanged it into Uganda shillings, and yesterday you exchanged it back to the dollar, you would end up with $10,695, $695 more than when you came in, because the Uganda shilling strengthened in that process. By the way, when you extend that to, when you extend it to 10-year period, the Uganda shilling appreciated against the dollar by 1.9%. In other words, regardless of what you think, especially when you're Ugandan, this currency that's freely floating, that's not subject to the controls by the government, has held its value against the dollar. If you're a businessman, it means if you had come in this country 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the last thing you could worry about was what we call the foreign currency risk exposure. There was none. And that's a good thing for an economy. So I went ahead and said, okay, how about against the dirham, the UAE dirham? How did it do? Now you have to understand that the Uganda shillings does not trade directly with the dirham. We use the dollar as the cross currency. So when you have the dollar, when you go to an exchange rate, they basically exchange your shillings to the dollar first, then they exchange the dollar into the dirham. You have what's called a cross rate. So what does that data tell us? Again, reflecting exactly the dollar, and this is an interesting story, that when you look at the dirham against the dollar, it also depreciated against the Uganda shillings by about 7%. Same amount that the USD depreciated against the Uganda shillings for. When you look at it over 10 years, 1.9%. Now, what that means is this. When you look at the economies of the UAE and the USD, and you look at the economy of Uganda, and you compare them, and you look at those cross rates, because there's a good direct match between the exchange rate movement between the USD and the UGX and the AED, the dirham, against the UGX, and there's a perfect match. That means there are not what we call economic disruptions between the economies of Uganda and the UAE. You can pretty much predict how the Uganda economy is going to behave by just looking at your cross-currency or the currency rates exchange between the dirham and the USD in that case, because we don't have these natural disruptions that can cause that. And that's what it means over the last 10 years as we do it. So I said, okay, maybe let's just compare to the neighborhood. The Egyptian pound. Same period, 5 years' time, the Egyptian pound depreciated against the dollar by 202%. Which means if you had $10,000 put it in Egypt and you took the money out yesterday, you'd have lost 200%. You'd only take home with you $8,000 if that's what you had done. Here's the South African rand, which is the other major currency. It depreciated against the dollar by about 5%. And when you measure this, the different currencies, the major currencies in Uganda, whether it's Naira, whether it is the Kenya shillings and so on, you'll find that the only currency that held its value as a reflection of the state of the economy is the Uganda shillings. Now, we don't expect that to change at all coming in the near future. In fact, what we think is the Uganda shilling is going to even appreciate more because the economy is becoming stronger and stronger. Which means, from an investor's perspective, I run a pension fund, NSSF. Guess what our currency of safety is today in NSSF? It's the Uganda shillings. So we are trying to buy as much, invest as much in the Uganda shilling as we can, because our expectation is it's going to strengthen going down the valley. So in terms, if you think about, if you're the UAE and you want to invest, maybe come now, don't wait later. Because if you wait later, the shilling may be too strong for you to be able to think that you want to do. So the data shows that the shilling is stable, and that's from the following perceptions. Economic policies are fine. Monetary policy has been relatively effective. And this was actually by the Abu Dhabi. It was named the best investment destination in Africa by AIM Congress in Abu Dhabi. That was in 2024. So now I got to the last one, the voice of the UAE. Now this is where I need you guys to stay with me. I found an amazing document on the UAE website. It's called the UAE's National Security Strategy 2051. You guys take a time, read that document. It tells you the thought process of the leaders of the UAE, recognizing a problem they have and what they need to do to solve that problem. And my argument is going to be, you can make Uganda part of the solution that you are thinking about. So let's walk through it and we'll see. That strategy says the UAE aims to increase domestic food production to 50% by 2051. Right now, they're around 20%. So 80% of the food that comes to the UAE today is imported. And that subjects the whole country to potential disruptions that could occur. So their strategic plan is this: we need to increase our domestic food production to 50% by 2051. Number two, and what they want to do is basically, the way they are going to do it, look at them, they want to pioneer things, vertical farming, organic farming, hydroponics, because they want to try to do, how do they overcome this harsh weather they have? And they want to experiment with all this. Now, the strategy also internationally is doing something. Internationally, they're now looking for commercial partnerships, farmland acquisitions, to create new supply chains, all aimed at securing a steady supply of food import, not interrupted by local, regional, or international crises. I think you guys can see where I'm going with this. The strategic goal of this pillar is to strengthen local manufacturing capability and facilitate the warehousing and storing of raw materials. This is what that document says. So, fellow Ugandans, if this is what the document says, what can we do? I call it a convergence of destinies, the UAE and Uganda. 50% domestic food production by 2051 will still leave the UAE subject to supply chain disruption, because that means you still have to import the other 50%. So whether you want to or not, you're still subject to supply disruptions that could occur. I don't know whether they already told you about Uganda, whether it's the climate, whether the soils, whether it is what you need. It's the only place where you can actually have 2 seasons of a crop. If you add irrigation, you can have 3 seasons in a year of a crop. And the other thing is, if we can take advantage of Uganda's fertile soils and excellent climate, this is the thought. Could the UAE designate Uganda as its domestic food production zone? By the way, if we do this, you will get the 50% much sooner than 2051. And by 2051, you could be around 70% in terms of just being able to, because you've designated a certain region as your domestic food production zone. When you've done that, now this is where we come into play. The UAE, together with the local entities such as NAMCO, co-invest in various food chains value needed by the UAE. 3 weeks ago, as NSSF, with the support of His Excellency the President, took us 1.5 years to get it. We registered a subsidiary called NAMCO. And going to do just one thing: identify markets for Uganda produce. Negotiate the pricing, negotiate the quality, negotiate the quantity. Then come backwards and tell the farmers, here's a market for the UAE. They want tomatoes. They want guavas. They want beans. They want it in 6 months, in 9 months, in 12 months. This is the pricing. Now you grow. What we've just done is to bring certainty and predictability in Uganda's farmer. Now, if you're from the UAE, what NAMCO is doing is different. You come. Tell us what you need. Let's co-invest together. The key word is co-invest. We're not going to let you invest alone. No. You don't know the politics of our land. We will manage the politics for you. Whether it is land, whether it is labor, we'll manage that for you. We co-invest together. Then you have assurances that what you're producing belongs to you. And therefore, you've secured part of your food strategy 2051. The win-win is this. The US secures a reliable food supply partner. The win-win for Uganda is we accelerate our journey towards middle-income status. Because when our farmers are able to produce to satisfy a market, their earnings will go higher. In fact, guys, in Uganda, if we get agriculture right, and the only problem in agriculture today is our market, we've left with this distorted. We can get with our 10-year strategic tenfold growth to $500 billion, not in 2040, but in 2035, if we get together and we get agriculture right in that case. So that's basically what my thoughts are. Thank you. Now, I'm going to say, if you're from the UAE and really interested in these partnerships to get you to grow processing agriculture, please talk to the ambassador or someone from the embassy. We'll come to the UAE, we'll come, we'll host you, we'll kick a few balls, because this could be part of how you secure your own food security. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick Ayota, for that insightful piece of presentation. I know we're supposed to be with the Honorable Prime Minister, who is on her way very shortly. And I've been informed that our next speaker, who is supposed to be the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Monica Musenero, and the team are out to receive the Honorable Prime Minister. And that said, if we have those two speeches, then as you can see, there's a very huge setup here where the next session will take us into a panel discussion on enhancing trade and investment relations between the UAE and Uganda. That insightful conversation will also be happening. So I'll ask the team in the control to show us around Uganda as we wait for our next speaker.
Uganda, the pearl of Africa, a land of beauty, culture, and opportunity. A fast-emerging hub for world-class meetings, conferences, and events. Strategically located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda offers seamless accessibility and strong connectivity to regional and international destinations. The perfect setting for hosting your next big event. Our vibrant capital, Kampala, stands ready to welcome the world. From state-of-the-art conference venues to luxury accommodations, vibrant hospitality, efficient health systems, and seamless mobility, Uganda delivers world-class experiences with a uniquely African touch. Backed by strong government support and an investor-friendly climate, Uganda is seeing rapid growth in key sectors: agro-industry, tourism, mineral development, and innovation. Uganda is more than infrastructure and opportunity. It's an experience. A place where business blends with authenticity, and every handshake carries the warmth of African hospitality. Here, your event is more than a gathering. It's a journey, secure, scalable, and unforgettable. So, go beyond the ordinary. Meet, connect, explore. In Uganda, your premium MICE destination.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has as one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans. Company is fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them. And we believe it will probably go up by about 20%, 20 to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through the UIA's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity. And that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. With the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the available.
The power has given us a very brief would like to be part of the business-to-business conversation after our lunch. Kindly register near the NASA pull-up banner. There is a team that is registering. Anybody who is willing or intends to attend the business-to-business conversation after lunch. The guys in the control, please complete our video tour around Uganda.
Of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind. Fully enjoy what's uniquely explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Uganda is building a new economy powered by science, technology, and innovation. Through the Office of the President's Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, STI, Ugandan innovators are embracing Industry 4.0+, the technologies of the future to transform the economy today. One such project is the MDA Technology Support Project.
My name is Donna Sava and I'm the Senior Programs Manager at Hive Collab. Hive Collab did get into a consortium with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to solve a major challenge of non-compliance under the Directorate of Immigration and Citizens Control under Ministry of Internal Affairs. The major problem of non-compliance was characterized by challenges of revenue losses and undocumented citizens. And in order to address this, Hive Collab worked together with Apprentice to develop a one-stop center platform that all these innovators can be able to access. At the same time, the staff at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat can also be able to access and track progress, but also be able to address all these challenges.
Uganda is building a new economy powered by science, technology and innovation. Through the Office of the President's Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, STI, Ugandan innovators are embracing Industry 4.0+, the technologies of the future, the economy today. One such project is the MDA Technology Support Project.
My name is Donna Sava and I'm the Senior Programs Manager at Hive Collab. Hive Collab did get into a consortium with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to solve a major challenge of non-compliance under the Directorate of Immigration and Citizens Control under Ministry of Internal Affairs. The major problem of non-compliance was characterized by challenges of revenue losses and undocumented. And in order to address this, Hive Collab worked together with Apprentice to develop a one-stop center platform that all these innovators can be able to access. At the same time, the staff at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat can also be able to access and track progress, but also be able to address all these challenges.
Uganda, a land of untapped beauty and endless opportunity. Under the visionary leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, Uganda has undergone a remarkable transformation, and today it has become a hub of innovation that is ready for investment. And at the forefront of this business renaissance stands the Ugandan National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. UNCCI is the heartbeat of Uganda's private sector, with almost a century of unwavering commitment to empowering its members and driving economic growth. Through its 5 pillars of promoting economic growth with an emphasis on value addition, UNCCI has created a vibrant and dynamic business ecosystem in Uganda. Uganda is more than just a destination for business opportunities. It's a melting pot of cultures and home to some of the most hospitable people on earth. You will experience firsthand the kindness and generosity of Ugandans, both in business and in everyday life. Whether you are a small or medium-sized enterprise, looking to scale up a multinational corporation seeking new markets, or an investor seeking high returns and positive impact, Uganda and UNCCI have something for you. With its diverse range of sectors, including agriculture, innovation, and with the recent discovery of oil, the country's economic potential is only set to grow. As an active participant in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Uganda is at the forefront of Africa's economic integration. Located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda shares the largest strategic border, providing easy access to regional markets with a massive population of about 520 million people through its well-developed transport and communication networks. From the towering peaks of the Rwenzori Mountains to the pristine wilderness of Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, home to over 50% of the world's mountain gorilla that call Uganda home, Uganda boasts of breathtaking natural wonders such as the Nile River, Lake Victoria, and a rich diversity of wildlife. This East African nation has emerged as a sought destination thanks to attractions such as the tree-climbing lions of Ishasha, the rare species of chimpanzees and elephants that roam the Queen Elizabeth Gorge. Lake Munyonyo and the Kazinga Channel boast of an abundance of rare bird species that even rival the famed Amazon forest. The markets of Uganda are a feast for the senses with vibrant colors.
Do I say Mr. DJ or what do I call the guy in the... But yeah, the moment we've been waiting for is now here. Our Right Honorable Prime Minister is with us, and we'll request that when she walks in, we'll just rise up and usher her in as she takes her seat. And thereafter, we'll proceed with the program. Of some of the exhibition booths that are outside there. You could also use the opportunity during lunch break. Let's now rise up and welcome the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Honorable Robina Nabbanja. You're welcome. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you're welcome to the 4th edition of the UAE Uganda Business Forum. Just to highlight a few things that you could have missed early morning, we had some guest speakers from the director at NSSF. We had Uganda Investment Authority making a presentation. Our representative, His Excellency Zake Chibedi, the ambassador of the Republic of Uganda to the UAE, also did speak to us. And since I promised to teach our friends who have come from miles away some Luganda, when you're in a situation that has been holding you a little bit, and you finally find a way out, we normally say, ekibadde kikutte kati kitadde. Kati engeri Right Honorable Prime Minister gy'atuuse wano, ebitaala bitutadde. I would like to invite once again Ambassador Zake to proceed with the program. Okay, on your guidance, let's all rise up and we take the anthems and then proceed further with the program.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Yeah. Okay. You can kindly the control. Do we have the other anthem for the United Arab Emirates? Kindly. Thank you. Kindly take your seats as we wait to hear from the Ambassador Zake.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to the 4th edition of the Uganda UAE Business Forum. On behalf of the Uganda Embassy in Abu Dhabi and the Consulate and the UAE Embassy in Kampala, I wish to thank you for always supporting the efforts of promoting economic and commercial diplomacy. Right Honorable, the first edition of this forum was held in 2022 in the United Arab Emirates, followed by the second edition, which was held here in 2023 and presided over by His Excellency the President. The third edition was in UAE, where you led the delegation from Uganda, and here we are today for the 4th edition. Right Honorable, today the delegation from UAE is led by the Deputy Head of Mission, UAE Embassy in Kampala, and also we have the Director General, His Highness Sultan, the Director General for Fujairah Chamber of Commerce. We also have the Director for East Africa, Dubai Chamber of Commerce, and the Director East Africa, Sharjah Chamber of Commerce. With them, they are accompanied by 30 companies from the United Arab Emirates, focusing on sectors of agriculture, tourism development, minerals development, oil and gas, science and technology, and it's why for this session, before we invite you, we invited the Minister for Science and Innovation to inform our guests about what, and even Ugandans, about what her ministry is doing to facilitate the transformation of this economy. Right Honorable Ministers, you've been following the story of UAE and Uganda never cease to be progressive. From 2018 to now, we've been sharing statistics. The trade portfolio between UAE and Uganda was worth 600 million US dollars in 2018. It has now grown more than 3 times to 2.85 billion. The investments have grown from 300 million US dollars to 3.5 billion. That is over 10 times. And also, the UAE people are very hospitable and kind. They've facilitated the increase of Ugandans living and working there from 40,000 to over 160,000. Madam Right Honorable, is the reason why the remittances by Ugandans from the UAE has grown from 50 million US dollars to 350 million US dollars. I was told when we led the delegation from the UAE in August for one of the meetings they had with Bank of Uganda, that now the remittances from UAE to Uganda are amongst the top 3. So that is how important and interesting the relationship is between Uganda and the United Arab Emirates. Right Honorable, you directed us that as you implement the PDM program, we should prepare the market for the Ugandan products, and indeed we've done this. That's why the chambers are here today. And I would like to assure you that, Right Honorable, if we can work on the challenges we are having for our products, the consistency on quality and quantity, we can grow the market of UAE 10 times. So if the government and the private sector can resolve this problem, then we shall not have any problem of finding market for the PDM products. Without taking more of your time, Right Honorable, I already made my speech. Allow me to invite the Minister for Science and Technology to tell us about the role of government in facilitating economic transformation through science and technology, And in turn, after her presentation, she will invite you to speak to the audience, to make your keynote address. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the ambassadors of Uganda to UAE and UAE to Uganda, the heads of chambers who are here, the 3 chambers, our business leaders from the UAE who are visiting, and the business leaders in Uganda. It's a great honor for me to be here to share with you what we have been doing in Uganda and what we are presenting for our collaborative efforts here. Thank you very much for inviting us and coming here so that we can share. Uganda is always looking out for good friends. So I have a presentation. Could you kindly put the presentation? So thank you so much. It is so I was requested to speak about government or the role that we are positioned to play in science, technology, and innovation. And I have simplified this definition for us because it's the functional definition. We as scientists who don't understand a lot of the economics, this is what we use. How about economy? That this is how society creates, shares, and manages value. And I think that is why we are here. How do we create more value? How do we share the value? And how do we manage it so that it grows? When Honorable Anita was here speaking, and she was talking about the investment that we can make in Uganda, to an extent that you can take back your profit, but at the same time that investment helps the growth of the economy of Uganda, is because the investment, especially through the knowledge economy, the science, technology, and innovation, it expands the value which is existing in the raw materials that we have. And so science, technology, and innovation helps us to lift productivity, something which we would have all used at $5, we can get $20 out of it, because science, technology injects these intangible ideas from our minds, and it causes us to release more value. So then it is, if we have enhanced the value from 5 to 20, then the 15 will help the investor to have a profit and also the nation to grow. And it creates new industries, and of course these industries create opportunity. The industries do not only avail technology to the host nation, but they also avail technology to other nations cheaply, especially if our ecosystem is giving you production of those industrial products at a cheaper value. But it also helps the nation that you invest in to have power to participate in the global affairs, because it is a source of something. And so we have two sides of the economy, and when we are talking about science technology, we want to avail technology. This technology will be present in the nation where we are producing it. And that means we support the infrastructure, we create platforms, especially when we are talking about digital technologies, but even the other, what we call atomic technologies, the other ones are electronic. It avails devices that people can use to enhance productivity. It also enhances the innovation to create more value on top of the value, and then it creates skills and grows the human resource, and then the innovation ecosystems. So in other words, if we are talking about the old science and technology situations, we'll be saying we are able to build the railways and the vehicles. But we also look at the economy part of it, because you can produce those things and not help your economy. By creating value, growing the GDP of this nation, by creating jobs, by bringing wealth, creating the millionaires, also that who drive, wherever there is a multi-millionaire, multi-billionaire, they modify that ecosystem around them. It brings active trade. It enhances taxation so that government can have more resources to invest, and also creates sovereignty such that we can build. So science, technology, and innovation does grow. The role of the state now, I shift to that. Unlike many natural things which exist, STI is artificially imposed. And I don't think there is an example of a nation that has imposed STI and transformed themselves than UAE. I think this is the best ecosystem for us to exist. STI helps you to overcome the natural limitations, the climatic limitations, the technological limitations, and it just opens up. So STI never grows by chance. It is not just watered by rain from above or incubated by the existing heat. It's an artificial creation that emerges from the brain. And so the state, any nation, must lead. The state must lead. The state leads even in the funding, because I've read a lot of the story. I've read a lot of books about Dubai, about UAE. I've read a lot of books, so most of the books that have been published by your leaders I've read. And there has been intentional creation of these things. You also protect and you also direct the strategic direction. So you'll find that it is not necessarily nations which are endowed with natural wealth which become leading, but those who intentionally impose science, technology, and innovation to do two things. One, to overcome their limitations, which were not provided by nature. But two, to enhance and multiply the value of whatever resources that you have. So without the leadership of the state, no nation can become industrial, because the output of science, technology, and innovation is largely industries. So without that intentional leadership and purpose of the nation, it becomes very difficult for us to... So nations that have leaped from low income to high productivity did so by treating science and technology as a strategic asset. If you treat it as something which is luxury, which is for others, we continue to lag behind, because it has to be intentionally placed at the front line. How do you present this intentionally on the front line? There are four major categories of the role of the state. 4 major categories. These are broad, but I have categorized it for the sake and then for us to discuss, to present to you what Uganda is positioning for, has positioned for, and where the partnerships can come. 1, the nation must set mission. You must direct, because as I've said, this is intentional. It is not by nature. It is intentionally imposed to enhance and multiply what you have, but also to subdue and even take advantage in areas which you don't have. So the country should choose the major industrial or technological objectives and align the ecosystem. When we do that as a nation, then we will move. And I have, in all my studying, I have not seen any nation which has moved just by leaving independent businesses or what. The businesses happen in the context of guidance by the nation. The second role is to de-risk. Because science, technology, and innovation is not saying that, oh, you see Uganda, we have fertile soils, come and grow this, and an individual can come. Science and technology is doing what is unnatural. And society has categorized the nations, and sometimes in the times of natural, they have assigned us what to do. In Uganda, we are rebelling in those assignments. We are saying, no, those assignments of categories where we were positioned does not give us advantage. And if UAE had obeyed those assignments, we wouldn't be meeting here to talk. So I think we are joining you in the rebellion. We are rebelling from the natural assignments and saying, as a nation, we want to jump into technology which defies what naturally exists and enhances what we have. But when we produce these products, when we are starting, it becomes difficult for people to believe in us. How do I believe that you can make vehicles when you have never made a vehicle? How do you believe that we can make electronics when we have not naturally been producing them? Those things are already assigned to other nations, but we have seen how the wealth flows. So the nation, as a nation, and I'll be sharing shortly how we have stepped in as a nation to de-risk, such that investment can come. You don't have to overfear that, when I take there my money, it will not come out, because government is stepping in to say, bring your investment. We will make sure that we take care of that investment and you'll earn the benefit. The third role of the state is to build the capacity. Now, we are at a very, very prime time as a nation to harness the demographic dividend. We have a lot of young people. In 1996, we started the universal primary education in this country. The law has passed, and many of those people have reached university. We provided primary education, secondary education, and liberalized tertiary education. So we have a lot of educated people who can work. And we have worked, His Excellency, the President, has had a long-term strategy to develop institutions, to make sure that we have institutions, not only educational, but we also have institutions which are research, which can support and back up the science, technology, and innovation. And we have also been working on the infrastructure. I don't have to repeat. I know you have heard this. We are like an island in this area, in this part of the world, because we have excess electricity, which is just a resource waiting there to be harnessed. Excess energy, we have it, and it's just available for us to harness. And then the last category is to make sure there is market. Many people who come here, they are saying, we want an offtake. Now, Uganda is a small market, but we are hoping that it is 40-something million people. It's a good startup market. But we are also part of East Africa. East Africa is over 300 million people. And we're also part of East and Central. We are part of this continental free trade area on Africa. So that creation of market is the role of government to have economic diplomacy and set conditions which attract. So there's toolbox for all nations to make sure that we are moving and we are ready for technology. Usually includes one, the mission programs, and we have defined that. I'll share with you shortly. Publicly funded R&D, which is ongoing massively. It's among the priorities. Strategic procurement, that one we are working on it. Policies before cabinet and parliament. The patient capital. Patient capital is where we would like a lot of partnership. I heard here when Ambassador Chibedi was presenting, talking about affordable capital, and also when my colleague, the Minister of Investment, was saying we need this access to this. Standards and certifications, skill alignment, and export diplomacy, these are the critical areas that we are working on. We have benchmarked on a number of institutions and a number of countries to make sure that we are speaking a language which is known, and we have taken extensive benchmarking. We have studied UAE extensively. We have studied USA, Germany, Japan, and many others. We studied over 30 economies to make sure that when we prepare the ground for collaboration and investment, it is a sound ground. Then we have now, based on that foundation, we have defined Mission Uganda. That's the first role of the state. What's the Mission Uganda? Led by His Excellency, the President. We have defined our mission in more detail than I can share here, but strategically, this is how he has guided us. Mission Uganda is to have a science-led modernization of the nation before 2040. We sing this every day. We are speaking it. We are now teaching it in school. This is the national drive. All of us, we are all headed to this. We need a science-led modernization of the nation. And modernization has been defined. Right Honorable, I was informed that the UAE has already passed our target. And we cannot have a better partner than this. Not only have they passed, but they have done it recently. The individuals who have done it are around. They are able to share with us. We have gone to certain nations. They are willing, but the individuals who did it are long gone. And the ones who are living in it don't remember how to deal with economies like ours. But we believe that among the UAE are people who have seen this, they have lived it, and they are not able only to provide the collaboration, but advisories and counseling to us. And this is how we have defined it in terms of trajectory. When we did this curve, we were growing our economy at 6%. It is now reached 7%. Now, we want to attain what is known as the qualitative leap as the vessel that is carrying us to the 550 billion by 2040. His Excellency is actually committed to make sure that we hit that target before 2040. And we believe that we can do it. But for purposes of communication, that is what, so we are taking off. We are having a qualitative leap, and science, technology, and innovation is the vessel that is going to take us there. And for this, the first, this National Development Plan for the next 5 years, I think we finished 1 year. That's why you see the acceleration. We have defined these 4 sectors which they have been presenting to you. We call them ATMs. Like we go to the ATM, but it's the agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals development, and science, technology, and innovation, which includes ICT and the creative sectors of the economy. And so the STI, the science and technology, is not only creating new sectors, but infusing itself in these three, primarily these three, to make, because it is the catalyst, it is the one that will add on the other layers. To do this, we have already defined a few things. We have set a vision, and we are working on it. This is our vision as science, technology, and innovation. We want, or we are working on, not that we want, but we are actively working on it 24 hours a day to make this part of Africa the best, most technologically advanced, and most innovative nation in the region. It's not just some slogan. It's a lifestyle. We live it like a lifestyle. Actually, I think my staff, I have only one here, he's disappointed that I'm not wearing the emblem. So we live it, we work it, and we are here to say this one here. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, this has started showing up on the continent. We are increasingly being recognized. Although before we started this purposeful drive, we were known as the underdogs. But right now, Uganda is like a shining light that is rising on the continent. Right Honorable Prime Minister, recently during the UNGA, we received an international award for excellence in public administration as Uganda's science, technology, and innovation. And there are many meetings, people now coming from all over the continent to benchmark. And so in this, doing the best, His Excellency created a structure where we don't have one sector, but we have a system that brings together all the different components. As you see in, oh, sorry, I'm not moved. Okay, the president himself created this system, which is seated in the office of the president, so that we can link with every sector. We can link with academia, we can link with the businessmen, we can link with development partners, we can link with our education system, and it has rapidly accelerated science in Uganda. This is a very unique system that science is not seen as a peer sector to all others, but is seen as a coordinative and facilitative system which has broken down greatly the bureaucratic barriers that limit many countries when they want. And this has greatly accelerated our work. The next thing we have done in this mission is we have defined our strategy for the qualitative leap, not only to create the new sectors, but also to support the traditional sectors. And for our colleagues from UAE, this time we are going to participate in the Gulf Food Expo, bringing you delicacies from Uganda, organically grown, carefully value added with a great quality. We are going to be participating in that expo early next year. So in our strategy, we have two things that the way we are approaching science, creating economies, creating new sectors of the economy, which hitherto we had been told that we should not participate in because we had some advantage somewhere, because we have rain, but we realized that caps very early. So we are creating new sectors, and I'm going to share with you quickly. Then we are adding value. Uganda has been known, actually we were lost in the abyss as coffee growers. When we looked on the market, there was no Ugandan coffee. There is no coffee grown elsewhere in the world like the coffee that grows here. Because it's at the equator, but the equator is on a plateau. It creates a fantastic ecosystem which cannot be replicated anywhere. So coffee made in Uganda is very high value, very unique, but it was being lost. Now, we are presenting to the world coffee grown in Uganda and value added in Uganda, so you can taste that original aroma of coffee from the Pearl of Africa. The rest of the pillars are areas of investment which we shall discuss. So which areas have we focused on for the new economy? Mobility. And I know you have heard about the first electric vehicle manufacturing facility in Uganda, and we think it is the largest, most capable, most competent facility on the continent that produces electric buses, state of the art. This facility is fully functional. We now need to commercialize it by additional investment, such that we can avail these quality vehicles not only to the continent but to the world. The second one is something we have with the tongue in the cheek. His Excellency named this the pathogen economy. Because of our location, Uganda in the health sector is never boring. There is always something happening here. Initially, we looked at pathogens as great enemies. We are now thinking that God gave us the pathogens so that we can develop tools for the world. So we are developing an economy around it. And again, if you have some time here, we'll be happy to exhibit to you the largest pharmaceutical campus on the continent of Africa. It is here in Uganda, just a few kilometers from here in Matuga. Ambassador Chibede, I'm not sure you are aware of this facility. It's truly a wonder, and our guests who are willing to go there, it's called Day Biopharma. It is a point of investment. And we have built it to be of international capacity and a CDMO, such that we will produce medicines which are cheaper for the rest of the world, but they are distributable all over the world. The third sector, which is new, is the aeronautics and space. And we have a lot of advantage being where we are located geographically, and we want to harness it to build the space industry. Making components, and also we have designed to put up an airport, because the best place to launch spacecrafts is around the equator. Infrastructure innovations is to do with our engineering, to develop engineering capacities so that we can support all the investments. And the last one is the Industry 4.0 plus. I'll show you briefly. Let me not take too much time so that I have time to show you. So we have priorities that we are ready to share. We have legacy pathfinder projects that are ready for investment. They are ready for investment. We have infrastructures that we have set up. We have set up pilot infrastructures throughout the areas of priority. We are now moving to the secondary manufacturing and large-scale manufacturing. I'll be sharing the specifics in a minute. Then there are new areas of research. If there are companies that are interested in R&D, we'll be happy to partner, and then developing our human capital. I told you we have them abundantly, but we need to make sure that we are developing. For traditional, like the agriculture, there is no place good for agriculture like this piece of real estate. There is nowhere in the world that is as good for agriculture like here. Actually, for us, naturally, just throw seeds and then you go and harvest. But if you put in a bit of science, so organic, pure, it's just here. So we are prioritizing making sure that we add value to these products so that we can avail you the richness of them. So building factories for value addition, market entry, standards is a priority. So in terms of de-risking, our investments, these are some of the things that we showed you. We have put up pilot manufacturing capacities so that you can check how does it work? What's the cost of production? Do they have human capacity? And we have tested some of these and we'll be sharing with you. So we'll put up some industrial parks. We have some core manufacturing, like for the electric vehicles, for pharmaceuticals. We have the biggest and the first banana flour manufacturing facility. I think it could be in the world because we are the biggest producers of matoke. Other people do other bananas. We do this special one called matoke, which is a very, very fantastic. It's gluten-free, so you can eat it even when you have gluten issues. It has what we call resistant starch, so it is used in fighting obesity and diabetes, and also it has a very special quality. It's the happiness food. When you eat it, you feel happy. Please. And it is all scientific. Approach me so that I tell you the science. But it is scientific. I'm the chief scientist, so I'm assuring it is scientific. When you eat matoke, you don't feel so stressed. We're also setting up special economic zones, and we're inviting you to come and invest in this. Government has acquired land to put up a high-tech city. We want investors to come. It is very, very strategically positioned between the airport and the city. So it's very strategically positioned. We have an automotive industrial park, 2 square miles. We want people in the automotive industries to come and put up. We have a biosciences park, which I didn't put here. People in the pharmaceutical industry will give you land to come and invest. The government policy here is when you come, we give you the land. So you don't have to struggle where to put the investment. But also in investing in the general infrastructure, the high-tech city is going to run as a corporation. And I think people from UAE, you really understand how these cities work and the value for importation. And these are going to be special economic zones. In terms of policy and regulation to make sure that you invest in a good area, government has made sure we have rule of law. This is the most peaceful country in this area. Not only peaceful today, but guaranteeing peace for a long time. So security is guaranteed. We protect investors. My colleague already described this for you. And the special economic zones, special tax issues and conditions, and the sandbox environments. In terms of de-risking investments, we have funds structures to support local VC. Government has started putting some money, so we have worked through the issues that would be difficult for foreigners to come. We are happy to share with you instruments to de-risk foreign direct investments. The sovereign guarantees are in place. And we also provide direct grants to make sure that our innovators have bypassed those initial stages, high-risk stages, where we can pick up. In terms of capacity, to make sure that you'll find human capital, and this is the biggest advantage, that will give your production to be at a lower cost and give us market advantage all over the world. We have programs that are building rapidly the local human capital. Already we have the basic education, we have basic science, and we are working on several programs. One is known as rapid conversion, where we get people who have already got an education, immerse them into a hands-on skilling, and they come out excellent. And then we have programs that we bring in diaspora. For a while, many of these people went out, and they are coming back, and we have instituted a special program to enable them to come back. And then the last one is to create a market. The country has made deliberate efforts for local procurement to give you the initial offtake, to give our investments the initial offtake. And we also are working to have export support, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the embassies, and we have economic diplomacy. We have this moving and supported by government. So this trade diplomacy, subsidized trade missions like this, the government has positioned to make sure that new products can get to be known. And then branding and marketing. Government is supporting the branding and marketing. So with the UAE, finally, what do we have to offer? What can we do together? Joint venture plants in all these economic zones. We have acquired the land. We need investors to come and invest in the science, technology, and innovation in this innovation-driven. Kira Motors is ready for investment. Day Biopharma is ready for investment. The banana projects, the Fly is ready for investment. The high-tech city is ready for investment. And the industrial parks for mass production. What's happening there? Then the trade logistics. We would like to move in trade logistics, and the biggest, of course, is project financing. If we can access funds to fund these projects, my anchor person in project financing, David, please stand up so that everybody knows whom to go to. David Gonahasa. He's over there, he's behind there, he's branded so he can't get lost. He has a shirt which says, "Making Uganda the best." Then we have export agreements. These are things that we can work through together. And so for the call of action for all of us, government, investors, industry, markets, we really need market entry. Having not been in value-added market, we face a lot of barriers. And we believe that if we work with you and the products are meeting UAE standards, they will be more easily accepted on the market. So the outcome is going to be a competitive Uganda that we are all proud of, and a release of a lot of wealth from the pearl, which was described by Churchill. I would like to request for just one little video for you to see what I am talking about. Play some, but they are very, very short, for you to just visualize, and maybe I can attract you to visit us before you leave. We'll be able to organize an electric bus ride for you to go and visit the facilities so that you can make that investment decision.
The largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence, and sustainable mobility solutions. The Kira Vehicle Plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Kira Vehicle Plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Kira Vehicle Plant has a waste management plant that handles waste segregation, recycling, hazardous material treatment, and water waste processing. It also tracks waste data, trains employees, and promotes sustainability while meeting environmental compliance standards.
Uganda is building a new...
Because of time, we may not show, but we have a deep tech center where we manufacture electronics, and we have developed our AI platforms, cloud, sovereign cloud, and quite a lot of things. And then I've told you we have the pharmaceuticals, which is also a detailed value chain and the space because of time. But if you are interested, you'll be very happy to set up a smaller group and we'll show you. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. And I would like to take this opportunity now to invite this special lady. She's indeed very special. She's a very special type of prime minister because she's a prime minister of the people. Many Ugandans say that she has demystified the position because, and sometimes here they call her the heavy-duty vehicle. She navigates every space. I'm definitely very, very proud to serve under her. Right Honorable Nabanja, come and address your people.
Thank you so much. Please have your seats. The Honorable Monica Musenero, the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Your Excellencies, the heads of missions in Uganda and the UAE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to bring you warm greetings from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. He's aware Uganda is hosting the 4th UAE Uganda Business Forum today. And I know you know where he is right now. We are in an election period. He's busy greeting our voters. I am pleased to welcome you to Uganda and address you at the 4th edition of Uganda UAE Business Forum. I'm delighted that this forum has brought together government officials, business leaders, heads of chambers of commerce, the policymakers from both Uganda and UAE. Allow me once again to commend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Uganda Mission in the UAE for organizing and utilizing this forum to promote commercial and economic diplomacy. I also appreciate the Chambers of Commerce from UAE for their regular trade missions to Uganda, aimed at identifying investment and partnership opportunities for the private sectors of our two sister countries. As you may recall, ladies and gentlemen, I officiated at the 3rd Uganda UAE Business Forum in the United Arab Emirates last year. It is therefore very pleasing for me that this year's edition is being hosted here in Uganda. I am informed that the theme for this forum is unlocking opportunities, building bridges through trade and investment. And this is both timely and relevant. It reflects our shared ambition to create prosperity by fostering a conducive environment for investment and by expanding the value and volume of trade between our two sister nations. Strengthening Uganda-UAE relations is very important because it helps us as Uganda and the United Arab Emirates to continue enjoying the stronger bond of friendship, economic cooperation, and a shared vision for sustainable development. Over the past 3 years, our bilateral relations have deepened significantly, and this is a welcome idea. And this cooperation has been reinforced through 3 visits. Let me repeat this. This cooperation has been reinforced through 3 visits by His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to the United Arab Emirates, once this year and twice last year, as well as the visit to Uganda by His Highness Sheikh Abdallah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the UAE in May this year. And his visit culminated into the signing of 6 memoranda of understanding between our two countries, covering critical areas, including investment, capacity building, energy, transport, ICT, and the waiver of visa requirements. That was a very big milestone. And to me, these MOUs are indicators of our deep economic cooperation and a shared commitment to sustainable development and social economic transformation. Dear delegates, take advantage of this conducive environment. The UAE has now become Uganda's largest export destination, with bilateral trade reaching US dollars 2.85 billion. I believe you have already been told about this. In addition, the value of UAE investment in energy, infrastructure, healthcare, agribusiness, oil and gas, manufacturing, real estate, tourism has reached US dollars 3.5 billion. Allow me at this material time to inform you why Uganda is the best investment destination in Africa. Dear delegates, Uganda is among the most peaceful and secure countries on the continent. We are secure by all standards. Uganda is one of the rapidly growing economy in the world. And according to IMF, Uganda ranks 7th among the fastest growing economies in the world. Uganda has the most stable currency on the continent as I speak now. The Uganda shilling remains one of the most stable currencies on the continent. Uganda offers a range of tax and non-tax incentives to our investors. I believe the Uganda Investment Authority officials must have talked about all of this. But let me give you this information in a summary form. Let me talk about the ease of doing business. Through the Uganda Investment Authority's one-stop center, business registration has been greatly simplified. In just 24 hours, if you are an investor, you can register your business in this country. 24 hours. We have been able to establish 19 industrial parks. I saw my minister talking about this. We have a plan to develop more industrial parks where you can put your industries and add value to various products we have in the country. Private investment in Uganda yields an average return of 14% per annum, significantly higher than an average of 5.2% in European countries by 2022. Uganda is richly endowed with fertile soils, you talked about it, abundant freshwater bodies, and favorable weather conditions. In Uganda, we don't know these harsh weather conditions. When I was in Dubai for the first time, when they opened the car, it was like I was in an oven. Here in Uganda, we do not know those harsh weather conditions. We don't know winter. We are like how we are now, from January to December. And we thank God for this. Uganda has been consistently ranked among the world's top tourist destination. And I believe it's because of our favorable weather conditions. The best world top tourism destination. As government of Uganda, we have been able to connect our country by tarmac roads from north to east, north to south, east to west. And our stock of tarmac roads is now 6,199, and we are still constructing more roads. We want to connect every part of this country to a motorable road. The government of Uganda has also been able to generate electricity, and this has increased to 2,052 megawatts, and our plan is to raise this stock to 52,000 megawatts by 2040. We request more investment in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda recently adopted a 10-fold growth strategy with a goal of growing the size of our economy from 61.3 billion US dollars to 500 billion US dollars by 2040. To achieve this strategy, our National Development Plan 4 identified 4 key areas for investment. Please mark this and take a note. And they include agro-industrial development, which is expected to be achieved through commercial agriculture. Yes, we have a peasantry society, which is now limited to only 33%, but we need now to attract investment in that area through commercial agriculture. We need to add value to our agro commodities. The number 2 is tourism development. This will be achieved through increased tourist inflows by 5 times. So we need to double our efforts so that we can attract more investors in this area. The mineral-based development, including oil and gas, as already enumerated, are expected to be achieved through finalizing the quantification of mineral deposits and their governance regime. We need to commercialize mining operations and products. So this is an area where we need investment. We hope we shall deliver our first oil in 2026. And of course, we are commercializing the pharmaceutical industries. And we shall expand the capacity for oil exports and the petrochemical products using additional oil discoveries. So those are areas where we need investment. She talked about science and technology and innovation, and I don't want to really waste your time in there. So to make progress on the above 4 strategic areas, we have identified enablers, which are areas that require critical government intervention and investment. We shall continue to invest in security. We shall continue to invest in transport infrastructure, electricity, irrigation, social services like education, health, water for consumption. So under education, Uganda is lucky that we have the youngest population in the world. Youngest population in the world. 70% of our population is below the age of 30. So we need jobs for these people. We request that industrial development will help us to get the jobs for our people. Domestic revenue mobilization is another strategy. Regional economic integration. We shall protect our environment and also manage disasters and many other things. These strategic sectors and enablers present vast opportunities for investors. I therefore invite you, our partners from UAE, Sharjah. I have been to Sharjah. I was lucky to be in Sharjah, a beautiful city. And I want to thank those who have come from Sharjah. I've been to most parts in UAE, and I am very proud to have been part of the 3rd edition. UAE, we need you to join us on this transformative journey as we progress from the lower middle income status to the upper middle income status by 2040. I am confident that this forum will achieve its main objective of promoting dialogue and building partnerships that will generate new investment opportunities for the mutual benefit of Uganda and the United Arab Emirates. In conclusion, on behalf of the government of Uganda, I reaffirm our commitment to maintaining the existing conducive environment to doing business and supporting our investors who choose to invest here in our country. I encourage you, our friends from the United Arab Emirates, to take some time during your visit to explore Uganda's natural beauty, the vibrant culture. You know, Ugandans are the most welcoming people on this earth. You know, we have so many tourist attraction areas. You can visit the source of the Nile during your visit today. It is now my honor for me to open the 4th Uganda UAE Business Forum 2025. I wish you all successful deliberations. Thank you so much for coming. It is yet another honor for me to commission a newsletter authored by Uganda Mission in UAE. Make sure you take a copy. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja, for your speech and also opening the session and commissioning the newsletter. So we are now going to do a photo session, and we have already started. So after that, I will ask the visiting Right Honorable, I think you might need to stay around here. Yeah. So I'll invite the visiting delegation with the heads of MDAs to come forward and have a photo with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, head of MDAs, kindly. So after this, we will have the private sector also come forward. Private sector, as this group leaves, kindly come forward and private sector. The last photo will be with the mission staff. The mission staff, both here and in the UAE. The mission staff. Okay. We do appreciate your time, Right Honorable Prime Minister. So this now closes the first session, and we will now go for our lunch. The ushers, kindly remain in your seats. The ushers will lead you to where lunch has been served. And let's agree to use about 30 minutes for our lunch and be back because we still have a panel discussion and we still have to have the networking, business-to-business meetings, government-to-government, and government-to-business meetings in the breakaway sessions. For the breakaway B2B sessions. So that said, kindly, if you're in here, take up your seats as we wait for the rest of the colleagues to join in. But right now, I want to take the opportunity to invite the moderator for the next panel session, Enhancing Trade and Investment Relations between UAE and Uganda, Mrs. Katarikawe Opus Brenda. So Brenda is the Director of Markets, Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development. Yes, please, take your seat. I'll let Brenda invite her panelists, and we can proceed from there. Colleagues, kindly take your seats, and let's have some orderliness within the room, and we'll proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. I know that session after lunch normally is a bit slow, but I hope we'll be able to catch up. We've lost a lot of time, but I think the morning was really insightful. So allow me to welcome my panelists, and I hope they are all in the room. MC, maybe you will kindly help me to identify if all the panelists are here. So my panel has two representatives from UAE, from the Chambers of Commerce of Sharjah and Fuja. I have Dr. Francis Ntangaza, the Director East Africa. I don't know whether he's in the room. Please come up. And then I have the Director General, His Excellency Sultan, from the Fujar Chamber of Commerce. You're welcome, sir. I also have the Private Sector Foundation. We were supposed to have the CEO. Unfortunately, he had to leave, and he has left one of his team members here, Mlongo. He heads the membership sector at Private Sector Foundation. You're welcome. We're also having with us Uganda Manufacturers Association, ED, Mr. Ezra Rubanda. You're welcome to take your seat. You're very welcome, sir. We also have the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce, the Vice President, Stephen Joseph Kalibala Mpaji. Please come up and take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. As our panelists take their seats, allow me to introduce myself. I am Katarikawe Opus Brenda. I am the Director, Markets and Communication at the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, PASAID. PASAID was established by His Excellency the President to accelerate export growth by addressing bottlenecks and unlocking market opportunities. Our work anchors on 4 strategic areas. One, it is to stop blind trade and develop markets through identifying and building reliable demand in priority markets such as UAE. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the UAE mission for this kind of event, because they continue to support us in market development. Our second pillar is on product development, which involves improving the quality standards and competitiveness of Uganda's exports. And as PASAID, we have one of our key focus on agricultural products in this area. Our third pillar as PASAID is export financing and logistics, where we support exporters through partnerships and trade to try and get clear facilitation as well on financial transactions. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, PASAID is also an institution which does coordination with government institutions and private sector and in development of to deliver measurable results for exports. So in total, our focus is to develop and grow Uganda's exports by 2028 to at least US $12 billion. So with that simple introduction about PASAID, allow me now to welcome our panelists, and I will start the panel with asking each one of them to introduce themselves and just give us a very short preamble about what they do as an organization. I'll start with you, Francis. Kindly give us a brief about the chamber in Sharjah. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntangaza Francis. I am the head of the East African Department in the Sharjah Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My role is basically trade and investment, promotion, development. That's what I do on a daily, and we try to look after the investments from the UAE, especially Sharjah, into the East African region, but also try to do trade facilitation between both countries with mutual benefits both ways. So that's what I do on a daily. The Sharjah Chamber of Commerce is a government company owned by the government of Sharjah, and we have in excess of almost 30,000 members, businesses registered with the chamber. We've been coming and promoting trade and investment in the East African region, but in Uganda particular, for 10 years. We've invested heavily in this country. I think the largest project that we are handling is the Chidepo International Airport in Karenga, in the Karamoja area. So that is the largest, but we've done an oil institute in Jinja, in Bugembe. We're going to do a little bit of the hospitality industry, hotels. So we do a lot of work in the East African region, and I'm here to support the mission and to invite and thank the embassy for inviting us. Me on behalf of my Director General. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Francis, for that elaborate introduction. I'd like to ask now Your Excellency to switch on your mic and introduce yourself. I know you had already mentioned in your presentation earlier, but you can just give us a quick, simple introduction, sir.
Thank you very much for this meeting and Business Forum UAE, Uganda UAE 2025. I know most of you now at 4 o'clock we feel to sleep, but I need you only 5 minutes. Fujairah Chamber of Commerce not only has a membership as a company and factories, but also have 2 exhibition centers, and one in Fujairah and one in Diba City. This is for trade exhibitions and consumer exhibition and seminars organizing. Also, we are planning now to build a new exhibition center in Fujairah with global infrastructure and services. We have also for SMEs center to support SMEs we are care of the not only businessman, also businesswomen. We've given their rights to also to enter the market. We are a chamber of commerce in all UAE. We are trying to support everyone to establish his company or factory or anything problems he faces between companies in Fujairah or out of Fujairah, where can be. We give assistance for all our companies everywhere. You welcome anyone who would like to invest in Fujairah or any assistance you would like to have. We have good infrastructure. We have train from Fujairah to contact with the other Emirates in UAE, and this also train will contact with the GCC country for passengers and cargo. We have, as we mentioned, for the international airport, we use it mostly for cargo. There is many infrastructure in Fujairah, and I think it's easy to establish any business there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Sultan. I'll now just briefly mention, as per said, I have come with a colleague, Alan Mujisha. Kindly stand up. Alan Mujisha is our key contact to the UAE market, and we are currently working with a number of projects, the Etihad Rail. The other one is on the solar project with Mazda. We're also doing some work with the Hayat Biotech and GA2. These are some of the business companies we are dealing with as per said. And if you want further contact with UAE, you will talk to my colleague, Alan Mujisha. I'll now switch to the Ugandan team. You're very welcome. I'll start with you, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce. Please introduce yourself and say something small about what you do in a forum like this for people to know how to link with you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. I know we're from lunch. I don't know if it's the energy juice low or it's... Good afternoon once again. Thank you. As I introduce myself, my name is Stephen Joseph Mpaji Kalibala from the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I'm representing my president, Her Excellency Oliver Chigongo, who is not able to be here today. Before I go ahead, I want to give shout out to my senior, the chairman of PSFU, Humphrey Nzey. You're most welcome. Please stand up and people be yes. What UNCCI does, we are a membership organization, and that means we aggregate. We have people from manufacturing, which I do represent. We have people from the professional sector. We have people from the agro and all walks of life. As a chamber, what we are here to do is to enable business, okay? And that is what hopefully we're here to discuss. How do we make business move better? How do we make business become something that is a backbone for this country? So UNCCI is one of the oldest associations in the country. We're around 92 years old, and it's because we acclimate members from the whole nation. That is, we have around 52 offices countrywide, and this is to enable us to do business from Kampala, Soroti, Gulu, Lira, wherever you name it. And we're here as like-minded businessmen and women to enable you to do business better across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I will now go straight to Mr. Ezra Rwanda of Uganda Manufacturers Association.
Good
Please introduce
afternoon,
yourself.
ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Ezra Muhumza Rwanda, the Executive Director of Uganda Manufacturers Association. I am very happy to be here, and I'm again very happy to be attending a session that speaks money, not policy. In the morning, we are busy talking policy, we are talking procedures, we are talking ideals. But I am happy that we are going in this afternoon to speak money. So whoever wants money in their pocket, please don't leave before we finish this panel. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezra. And finally, PSFU, kindly introduce yourself and tell us a little more about PSFU. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ronnie Mulongo. I'm the Manager Member Services at Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and a very good welcome to our business delegates from UAE. Welcome to Uganda once more from the private sector. So at Private Sector Foundation, we are the apex body for the private sector in Uganda, and we cut across all the other sectors where we operate this time round, and we shall be making 30 years this time. And without further ado, I would like to stop here because there's a lot more to be said that we are going to be doing together today, and we are going to have a discussion. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, PSFU. So I'll start straight away with you with a quick question. So ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to speak exports. And that's why we have the delegates here to be able to understand how Uganda is a great export destination. So the team up here are one of the key facilitators of exports, and therefore I'm sure they have all the information that we all need to know. So Ronnie, I'll start with you. Private sector is implementing the Export Farm Support Program to strengthen value-added exports. Given that UAE is a high-value market, what is PSFU's strategy to ensure that exporters targeting the UAE benefit from this program, especially in terms of coordination with funding platforms that we have in country?
Thank you so much, Brenda. What is interesting about PSFU is that PSFU right now, we have a project that is running, and this project is on exports. And we are working in collaboration with the Exim Bank, and in here, PSFU is working with the Exim Bank to link export-ready farms to affordable credit and guarantees. And this is working so well, especially in the high-value market that you have mentioned. In this area, we have our coffee that is already being done, and that's reaching that area. And then also, secondly, we are also doing value addition certification through that export facility. And through this, it's helping the likes of all our product developers, especially those in agro-processing. We know very well here our Honorable Minister, the one for ICT, was talking about technology and how best we can utilize it to grow our products. And this has helped us support in our production, especially in the agro products. So value addition is an area that we have also looked at through this export facility that is helping to promote most of these businesses to export into the market right now of UAE, which is of high value. And the last and third area is, as PSFU, we are doing what we call market linkage and promotion, where PSFU is partnering with Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Board, and also the consulate in Dubai and Dubai Chamber of Commerce, to ensure that all our products that are being exported into the country, especially those, you know, with what our chief guest mentioned here in the morning session, how we have the beautiful soils, fertile, and our products are doing so well. So this has given us the opportunity in that we are doing that linkages to ensure that all our products that can't be in position to be produced in UAE get to that market. And this linkage is being done well through the export facility that PSFU is implementing with the government of Uganda and the private sector at large.
Thank you very much, Ronnie, for that response. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been guided that we also have the Dubai Chamber of Commerce with us here. If the representative is around, I'd like to welcome them to take a seat up here with us. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much. So as he comes in, I'll ask Dr. Francis. My next question goes to you. Sharjah is known for its strong logistics network, air cargo connection, and retail distribution across UAE. How can the Chamber work with Uganda to help our exporters, especially in coffee, sesame, and fresh produce, to access Sharjah trade routes, free zones, or consolidation or facilities? This is really to lower the export costs and improve the quality, improve the delivery times for our exporters. Francis?
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. I looked at this question earlier and I was struggling to summarize it. It's quite broad in nature. But just to give you a little bit of a journey. So, number one, for you to get market in the UAE, you must have a product that is certified, okay? Currently, we do not have certification with all an MOU between UNBS and ESMA, the Emirates Standards Authority. So that causes a little bit of what we call ad valorem taxes. So you bring in a product and then it is tested and then you face those fees. Once you face those fees, it becomes expensive for you to export. So you want to compete with a product that is coming in from as far as Argentina because for them, they've got the certification. So a prime example is beef. So for you to bring beef to the UAE, for example, the abattoir here has to be certified by the ministry in the UAE. So we do not have any abattoir in Uganda that is certified. So if there's anybody here who tells you they take goat meat or meat to the UAE, they are lying. Nobody. What the Sudanese are doing, they buy it, take it to Cairo, change the certificate of origin, and it goes to the UAE. So they found a way around the loophole. So they fly it on Egypt Air, hold it in Dubai for a day, change the certificate of origin as if it came from Egypt, from a certified abattoir, and then it accesses the UAE market or the Saudi market. Or so I think government needs to try and create at least certification for abattoirs here locally with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in the UAE, and also to have an MOU between UNBS and the Emirates Standards Authority, so that even me, when I'm bringing a product to Uganda, I need to do what they call PVOC, pre-verification for conformity, and I'm paying money. So if there is an MOU, that means the product coming from Uganda, they will take it as long as it has a UNBS certificate, they will take it as it meets the standard, and the product vice versa coming from Emirates to Uganda with the Emirates Standards Authority mark is taken as something that meets the standard. So there are a few barriers that people need to go through to ease their doing business, but from a government side, you can come to the UAE, you become a member of the chamber, or you go through the embassy. The embassy would introduce you to us. For us to believe your documents, you have to go to the UAE embassy in Kampala. They will have to attest to your documentation, trade license, everything. So after attestation, they have to attest every document, certificate of incorporation, everything. You write to the embassy and request for an introduction. The embassy will write to us officially, and they will tell us this person has so-and-so product, and they would want to be introduced to the buyers. We look in the database who deals in those products, and then we introduce you and Shaja Kopara, Shaja Coop, Lulu, whatever it is, we introduce you, and then it's up to you to make sure that you have, one, the quantities, two, you meet the quality, and also it's a free market economy, so price. But I see Ugandans, you have an acre of watermelon, you also want to export. You have half an acre of pineapples, you're coming. It's a good thing, but the quantities normally you can't sustain. So you need to get into groups, cooperatives, all add value, do concentrate, you know. Instead of bringing the live fruit, do concentrate. There's someone in Kapeka who has started, do the fruit concentrate, bring it to Bakarat, the Del Monte, IFCO, but you need to have the volume. So the challenge is we are subsistent farmers, so if you can get into larger groups, it becomes easier. So that is the challenge we face. On the logistics side, really, it is a question of, I can't, in the UAE, we can introduce you to we have a business groups within the chambers. So we have a logistics group. We have Gulftainer, we have Momentum, we have someone from DP World is here, Dubai Ports World, who can take you through. If you have a container you want to bring in, or you have things you have to fly in, there are agents in this country for Emirates Shipping Line, for Gulftainer, for Greenpeace. They're actually agents in this country, certified agents. So you don't need to go through a broker. And it's cheap. A container from Mombasa to Jaberat is $1,000, $700. It's very cheap. What is expensive is Kampala, Mombasa, that leg. But in terms of taking to Dubai or coming, it's cheap. But if you want to deal with a larger logistics firm, we have a desk outside. You can come, talk to me, tell me what kind of tonnage you're trying to pull. We shall support you in the logistics. Anywhere you want to go in the UAE, we can support myself. The Director General of Fujairah Chamber is here. So that's about it. And then on markets, I know the question in the room is, what about the money? Okay, now, really, the money, there are two things. Yes, we do direct financing. So we have SADA fund in Sharjah, but we also plug, because we're an export finance department, we plug into ADEX, which is Abu Dhabi Export Office. So for you to qualify, you must prove to us that you have 45% UAE content. So I'll give you an example. Abu Bakr Technical Services comes and says, I have a road in Semutoka Peka, it's $140 million. We tell him, okay. Abu Bakr gets a company called Al Nuaimi Group out of Ras Al Khaimah, which is in Sharjah, Dubai, everywhere. They get into an MOU. He subcontracts 50% of the work to that company. That qualifies. But also at the same time, we do both goods and services. So that would fall in infrastructure services. But then on the goods side, you can buy excavators, you can buy, so long as they meet the 45% UAE content. And how we monitor that from the certificate of origin. So if you bought something from the UAE, you have to submit a certificate of origin, and it has to show that the good came from the UAE. So once you have that, then you have to have a credit rating. So most companies in Uganda do not have credit rating. And from the big three, Moody's, Fitch, so you have to go through the big three. There's GCR out of South Africa, which gives, and you have to have a triple B minus for you to qualify for finance. So you apply, and then we caveat your money that will come from, let's say, Ministry of Works, and then we give you the money, 90% in advance, and then for us, we demand government. If it's government, it's supposed to be paying you, and our money is between 2 to 2.5% per annum. That is current rates, 2%, depending on the risk profile of the project, 2.5. It also works the other way. So that would be you're importing a product from, or a service, a good from the UAE, but also if you're exporting into the UAE, we also do support that, what we call invoice discounting. If a UAE company has given you an LPO to deliver something, we can actually pay, and then we demand the UAE company. It's both ways, but it's rigorous, you know, books of accounts audited. So you really have to have your A game for you to qualify, but the financing is there. So I hope I've answered. Yes, on the identification of products, I've explained how you can, but also it is up to you to identify a product that works. So I cannot help you if you bring a product, for example, like fish, and you didn't freeze it well, you didn't package it well, and it gets spoiled at the airport because of handling. That I can't help. So you have to find you yourself as the exporter, proper packaging, logistics locally here in Uganda. In the UAE, I can support, but here you really you're on your own. But really, the market is there, the products are there. I'll give you an example. Balaji East Africa Limited out of Nakasongola. Last year, I was checking the numbers. UAE exported $174 million worth of eggs. So we don't have enough eggs there, or chicken. And Balaji brought in worth about $5 million. Then chicken itself, $1.12 billion, 410,000 metric ton. Again, it's a local company here in Nakasongola. They brought in, I think, worth $2 million. Chicken, they bring in every week. Every week they bring chicken. But you have to choose the product, and if you have it and you can produce it, we can support you the other way. The other thing is potatoes as well. Most people come to me for fruits and vegetable, but also potatoes, Irish potato. I don't know how many KFC restaurants we have in Dubai, all Popeyes or Wendy's or McDonald's, all of them serve chips, you know? So if you can grow the potatoes, we shall support you in terms of finding the market. So long as you meet the quality, the standards, we shall support. So I wanted to take the question at once. I think that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Francis. I think he needs a round of applause. He has clearly explained and challenged us. So the MOU, UNBS, I think that's something that we need to pick up immediately. And he has also shown and given us an example that we already have companies that are doing this. So it's not rocket science. It takes intention and focus for us to be able to get into this market. So we have the opportunity here. The chamber has a desk, I'm told, outside. So please find more details on this and be part of the UAE-Uganda trade transactions. So I'll now go to Your Excellency. I know that one of the areas that you're strong at as a chamber, I was reading up a little bit about you, is your area in how you have turned the digital transformation to your advantage. So I just want us to switch to that part of your of your business where you have been able to, as a Chamber of Commerce, been able to use AI and digital transformation to help your members, do better business, deliver faster, and so on. So I don't know whether you can just speak to us briefly. We have institutions like yours, the Chamber, Uganda Chamber of Commerce, Private Sector Foundation, which would like to learn from you and your strength in trying to use digital transformation.
Thank you. Actually, now with the companies, they follow updating what they require for the market and how to develop their businesses for marketing or for arranging their companies. But our duty to all of members and to all of companies to learn them about the future and what they should use for the future. Who's the company use the normal system, they should improve their systems and they should use AI to follow the need of markets. If they will not change their systems, they will be backside of the market. Who's leading the market, now he should follow the updating of AI. So every time we did training courses for companies, factories, businessmen, entrepreneurship, also their courses for company, how to manage their company by new system, by new knowledge, by AI systems. Also, we give entrepreneurship special courses. This course around 2 months. He got a certificate from university, diploma. We cover everything. We paid and we prepare all these courses, how to establish his company, how to arrange his company, how to make marketing, how to use the new system, how to use application systems for his marketing. These things we give it to our members to know the market and to follow how to update their systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Okay, so I will now go to Uganda Manufacturers Association. I think you haven't had an opportunity to speak to our participants. So, what Francis spoke about also aligns a lot with what Uganda Manufacturers Association should be focusing on. So, your question is, as Uganda deepens its industrialization agenda, how is Uganda Manufacturers Association helping manufacturers align with specific standards, packaging, regulatory requirements demanded by UAE importers, especially for agro-processed goods? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda, for the question about the standards and the packaging. But where I sit, I would want always to be guided by the simple question, what am I selling? Because there is no standard format that this is how all the products that we send to UAE should be packed. The incumbency is on how we pack every product, because every product has its ISO standards, Harara standards, and each of these. So it takes me to the question of, yes, we are talking business, but what is that we are selling? Now, I would want to look at it from this perspective. For me to be able to answer how we are approaching standards, how we are approaching packaging from the product that we are selling. Ambassador here, Ambassador Chibedi, if he's to tell us, wherever he goes, people call him for business in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, because where we sit, we look at this region as one and the same. And the truth be told, that if they brought a person from each of these countries, none of us can identify and say, this one is from Qatar, this one is from Saudi Arabia, this one is from United Arab Emirates. Where we are, they are all Gulf countries. Now, for us where we sit as manufacturers, we want to utilize the brotherhood that we have with UAE, because they are closer to us. I don't think we have had similar engagements at the same level with the other Gulf countries. No, I have not been able to participate if it is happening. Now, from the business point of view, I want to use this strategic alliance to make ends meet, and with the specific products that we are talking about. Where you grew from, we used to graze a lot of cattle. There is a fruit, maybe our brothers from UAE may not be aware. It's called a jackfruit. It's one of the delicious fruits in the world. But it has a problem of size. So a young boy, you could not climb, cut this jackfruit, and you go safely. Because of its weight, it would bang the ground, and the owner of the tree will know. And you will not take it, they will run after you. So we would go and create small alliances with our friends. You'd get a friend, a same boy of the same age, you know, say, now what do? You keep down. So you would climb with a rope, tie the jackfruit, cut it, and then bringing it down as if it's a pulley. And the other guy gets it before it bangs the ground. It's the alliance I would want us to think about when we are talking to UAE. UAE seems to be, in my view, a business campus. Where you stand, there is a country called Saudi Arabia next to you. They have gotten the blessing of Allah. They have money pouring into them, into their country, very soon, and a lot of money. It's where I want to talk business. These people, 2034, they are hosting World Cup, the football World Cup. No event ever in this globe collects people than World Cup. No event makes sales than World Cup. But we do not have yet a good relationship with Saudi Arabia. So I am saying, can't we strike brotherhood, alliance through United Arab Emirates? Because they own Dubai, everything can go through Dubai. For instance, I want us to look at these figures. Please put them down. The World Cup, every match is estimated to have 80,000 on average people, spectators, spectating that particular match. On average, each person who comes for that match takes 2 liters of water, 2 minimum, or the average. Now, if each liter is valued at $1, it means we will get the 80,000 people, each take 2 liters of water, times 104. 104 matches. I am looking at while seated in the stadium. Now, while before you reach the stadium, there is another business I will speak to. Now, we do not have to come as a strategy. You do not have to come to Uganda for us to eat this money. Stay in United Arab Emirates. Tell us, this is the what I'm talking about. How do we write on it in Arabic? Because when we take it to Saudi Arabia and it's written on in Arabic, the language they understand, we are selling. Because not all of them do understand this English, or they would be comfortable with our English. So between now and then, can't we be working out a relationship to brand this to fit their need? That's one item. Without anything, without investing much, it's just changing the language, and we start now, we export the water through United Arab Emirates, and we start to penetrate it to these other countries are enough. The second business is in the concentrates. Because there are so many people flying in from Western world, the Western world people consume a lot of concentrates in terms of juice. So between now and 2034, currently, Mr. Chairman, you are aware we have 34 companies producing water. We have 12 producing concentrates of juice. Now, if we say juice, we target those people who are coming from the Western world. Water is for everyone. We are on the money, just by drinking. We have not touched eating. Someone will touch eating. Now, another chain we can work with. These people will be traveling. The minister has just told us that she manufactures buses. And indeed, we are producing buses as a country. I know time is not on my side. We are producing buses in this country. When I was comparing with how much a bus is costing in Saudi Arabia and UAE, it is half of the bus, of the price at which we produce, the price at which we produce a bus in Uganda. Now, to transport football fans in 2034, they will need 12,000 buses in that area. Buses are here, the demand is there. You only need to go and speak to your friends, to your brothers in Arabic. They understand that there is buses, we can bring them here, the business is given. Give us, we can cut and take the profit at halfway. We are in the business. Without speaking about the steel sector, because I have 52 companies producing steel. You are now they are intending to get steel from India to construct the stadia in Saudi Arabia. But if we supplied this steel, it would not be, will still be half the price because we have the iron ore. So what I'm speaking to is that let's not concentrate so much onto investment attraction. We don't even have to export to be there, so that we meet these standards. They know their standards, they tell us these standards. As manufacturers, we put them into practice, we export to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you can see that the discussions after here in the B2B meeting will be a lot longer. Unfortunately, we have our time is already overspent. So I'll just ask one more question and then I'll be wrapping up the session. I'll ask the Uganda Chamber of Commerce one question. As Chamber of Commerce, your presence is in quite a number of districts in Uganda. How are you leveraging your networks to be able to prepare our SMEs, to tap into some of the export opportunities that we are learning of here?
Thank you so much. Our time is really fast spent, so I'll try to keep the answer very short and very brief. But before I answer, a quick joke is that my senior here has been talking about World Cup, and something happened to me funny this morning. I don't know who of us watches football. Hands up. Ah, perfect. In the morning, when I was rushing to get here, I had lost my keys. So I asked my wife, where are my keys? She told me, Arsenal. I said, where are my keys? She told me, Arsenal. I said, woman, what do you mean? She said, the keys are on top of the table. So I don't know if I've got that joke. Anyway, those who have understood it. Anyway, because my time is fast spent, I'll go straight to it. As Uganda National Chamber of Commerce, our strength is in our networks. Uganda Chamber of Commerce has offices in 52 districts across the country. The assumption, therefore, being that if you want something from Soroti, a phone call away, we can get you that thing from Soroti to Kampala to Entebbe. If you want something from Gulu, we can get you a phone call from Gulu to Kampala or from Gulu to Entebbe. And that is what we hope we can discuss further in the B2B of how we can improve the connections of our networks. Yes, there are limitations which we hope we can get ahead by incorporating things like AI, incorporating things like improving the efficiency of our product from point A to point B. And also lastly, we need to improve in terms of things like financing. I know Dr. Francis talked about this, and these are things we hope that in this B2B we can get into. Because even as manufacturers, now we're forced to get money from out of the country. Because in Kampala or Uganda, the best rate I can get is 22, 25%. But personally, when I go to Europe to get a loan, I can get 7, 6, 5%. So one, on top of talking about the fact that we have the linkages, two, allow me to sneak in the fact that we need to improve on ICT, we need to incorporate things like AI, and then we need to work together. And lastly, those who have observed, I have a Rotary pin on me. A Rotary pin is one of these organizations that wherever I walk, people know I'm a Rotary member, I'm a Rotarian, and people are willing to help me. Being a member of Chamber, that is the same thing. Every country you go to, Chamber helps Chamber. I submit. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to fully appreciate our panel. And as I conclude, I'd like to say that Uganda and UAE share complementary strengths. Uganda is a rich agricultural country, manufacturing potential, and UAE is strong on logistics, finance, and technology. Through our partnerships between our chambers of commerce, the private sector institutions, we can turn these synergies into measurable trade outcomes. PASAID remains committed to facilitating and tracking these partnerships towards our shared vision of growing Uganda's exports to the UAE and the world wider Gulf region. So with that, I would like to thank our panelists very, very much. I know there's a lot more they could have shared, but unfortunately we don't have the time. But on behalf of PASAID and our team here, I'd like to appreciate our High Commission in UAE and the different participants, our visiting chambers of commerce, thank you so much for being part of this whole activity and for ensuring that we strengthen our partnerships. So with that, MC, I'd like to hand over back to you and request that as a team, as the panelists, we just take a group photo with our Ambassador Zake and a few other team members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now wait for the group photo. The Excellency Ambassador Zake will be making his way back here, then we can take the photo when he returns. So for now, you can take your seat. So we're going to head into the breakaway sessions for the B2B, G2G, and G2B downstairs. So the conversations here will continue there. And if anybody wants to interact with the chambers, the people are there waiting. So I'll just make two announcements. And this is a reminder that we have a dinner later this evening from 7 to 9 o'clock. The guests from the UAE, kindly be reminded that we have a dinner tonight in Sunset Restaurant. And I have a couple of names I'm going to read through here quickly. You have your dinner invitations outside. You'll just pick them as you go downstairs for the next session. The next session shouldn't, take really long, about 30 minutes, because we have tea later, and then we can meet later at the dinner. So if I read your name here, your card will be outside, and it's already organized, so you'll just pick it. Nachimera Stella, Angel Namujuzi, Simon Byakutaga, Natasha Namubiru, James Musherure, Gloria Sebikari, Irene Birunji, Nakamia Mili, Nalukenge Rita, Juma Nyende, Musa Kasozi, Mohammed. Okay, this almost looks like Mohammed El Neni, formerly of Arsenal, but it's him. Okay, so since the ambassador is here, we can take the photo. I'll continue to read the names, but the team, the panelists wanted to take a photo here with you, so kindly make your way here. Yeah, Mohammed, I had your name being pronounced. Forgive me, I cannot pronounce it very well. We have William Nwataho, Paul Lugalambi, Philip Kakuru, Prosper Ahimbesiwe, Seninde John, Sanjay Thakur, Businje Jennifer, Balieku Michael, Nsuga Andrew, Akatuhewa Kemigisha Dorothy, Hamid Abdul, Evans Nadiope Gabula, Shem Nagenda, Shayam Morui, Nyamwiza Doreen, Senyonga Stephen, Sandra Ejang, Nachimuli Agnes, Seninde John, Tracy Marjorie Pimer, Christian Onegu, John Kimboa, Ainebiona Andrew, Ayebale Ronald, Katushabe Annette, Namgerwa Lydia, Namobiru Sarah, Yanga Ronald, Tumwizuche Collins, Turiakayo Anthony, Tuizuche Deo, Uwezimana Gladys, Kemigisha Anita, Motebi Moses, Yiga Philip, Yasim Navidio, Yanga Ronald, Katsemba Rahma, Waswa Geoffrey, Wanyama Elizabeth, Kamusimbi Samuel, Wamara Henry, Prosper Ahimbisiwe, Natasha Nansubuga, David Twinomjisha, Eli Mutenga, Engwan Oscar, we have Bonapali Rao, Ankantora na Gerald, Mpaji Stephen, Mohammed Nadir, Nsereko Moses Kayongo, George Nholo, I hope that's the pronunciation. Tebaise Dewo, Motebi Mutebi of Allied Talents Limited. I have failed to read your other name. Forgive me. Engwan Oscar, Eli Motenga, David Twinomjisha, Natasha Nansubuga, Prosper Aimbisiwe, Birete Janifa, Basil Tiava, Barry Kamira, Andrew Mugabi, Ainembabazi Olive, Evans Mugabi of Mugabi Apiculture. Tumwebaze Joab, Tumusime John, Tumusime Juliet, Timothy Mukisa, Peter Biambwenu, Ray Otim, Pamela Ankunda, Owino Simon, Mohamed Nkutu, Susan Gakweru, Kajubi Hassan, Chisuba Benjamin, Namusoke Julie, Lawrence Zikusoka, Lume William, Lucky Ninsima, Mansour Nadir, I think I'd read that name, Marin Precious, Mohsin Baingana, Maureen Twichirize, Mahindu Hakim, Nachienga Judith, and Ali Kalema. That's the entire list. So, colleagues, thank you very much for your time here and agreeing to spend this longer to listen to the conversations here. Yeah, I'll let the ambassador take on to give us an announcement before we can go.
Okay, is Dr. Sudhir here? Not the Sudhir of Uganda, Sudhir of UAE. Where are you? It seems he's having a bilateral down. Dr. Sudhir is the Indian Commissioner for Trade in Dubai, but also he was born and raised in Dubai. He's an advocate in Dubai. So he's facilitating enhancement of trade between UAE and Dubai. So he wanted also to make an extension to Uganda. So I request those of you, because Brenda told me they are leaving, I don't know if I have any of my colleagues behind there, Asha or Irina, if you could link them with Sudhir before they leave. And then the rest of the participants, I'll make sure that tomorrow he participates in one of the panels, you exchange contacts, because besides being the trade commissioner and advocate, he also has a chain of restaurants. In the UAE, we are talking about enhancing exports, especially agricultural products. So he may be a useful contact because he's also a member of the Association of Dubai Hotels and UAE Hotels. He has in Sharjah. Then the other announcement, tomorrow, let's try to keep time. I've just been talking to the PSST. He has confirmed he'll be here exactly 9. And how it happens in other countries, if you're a business person, you need to align, especially if you are doing business for export, to align your targets with the government targets. So he's going to present on the economic outlook of Uganda, and also the programs that government has in place to support exporters. So ensure you keep time. He's going to be here at exactly 9. Thank you.
He said it all. I have nothing to add. Colleagues, let's move to the breakaway rooms. See what's there. Spend about 30 minutes there. We can have tea, and then we can have dinner later, starting from 7:30 to 9. We'll see you then. Have a very good evening.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land of beauty, culture, and opportunity. A fast emerging hub for world-class meetings, conferences, and events. Strategically located in the heart of East Africa, Uganda offers seamless accessibility and strong connectivity to regional and international destinations. The perfect setting for hosting your next big event. Our vibrant capital, Kampala, stands ready to welcome the world. From state-of-the-art conference venues to luxury accommodation, vibrant hospitality, efficient health systems, and seamless mobility, Uganda delivers world-class experiences with a uniquely African touch. Backed by strong government support and an investor-friendly climate, Uganda is seeing rapid growth in key sectors: agro-industry, tourism, mineral development, and innovation. Uganda is more than infrastructure and opportunity. It's an experience. A place where business blends with authenticity, and every handshake carries the warmth of African hospitality. Here, your event is more than a gathering. It's a journey, secure, scalable, and unforgettable. So, go beyond the ordinary. Meet, connect, explore. In Uganda, your premium MICE destination.
The Kira Vehicle plant is the largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence, and sustainable mobility solutions. The Kira Vehicle plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Kira Vehicle plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Kira Vehicle plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Kira Vehicle plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Kira Vehicle plant has a waste management plant that handles waste segregation, recycling, hazardous material treatment, and water waste processing. It also tracks waste data, trains employees, and promotes sustainability while meeting environmental compliance standards.
Uganda is building a new economy powered by science, technology and innovation. Through the Office of the President's Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, STI, Ugandan innovators are embracing Industry 4.0 Plus, the technologies of the future to transform the economy today. One such project is the MDA Technology Support Project.
My name is Donna Sava and I'm the Senior Programs Manager at Hive Collab. Hive Collab did get into a consortium with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to solve a major challenge of non-compliance under the Directorate of Immigrations and Citizens Control under Ministry of Internal Affairs. The major problem of non-compliance was characterized by challenges of revenue losses and undocumented citizens. And in order to address this, Hive Collab worked together with Apprentice to develop a one-stop center platform that all these innovators can be able to access. At the same time, the staff at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat can also be able to access and track progress, but also be able to address all these challenges.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans, companies fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them, and we believe it will probably go up by about 20% to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through the UIA's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity, and that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. we have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. At our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. So with the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Lango.
Every year, investment and trade between UAE and Uganda is growing from strength to strength, from 300 million in 2009 to 3.5 billion today. Our partnership is a bridge for prosperity and progress. This October, from the 27th to 29th, Kampala will host the 4th UAE-Uganda Business Forum. 3 days of engagement to build the next generation of partnerships, new business, wealth, and innovation. Come connect with business leaders, discover partnerships, finance and technical assistance. Whether you're in agro-industry, renewables, real estate or trade, tourism or technology, the UAE-Uganda Business Forum is for you. The 4th UAE-Uganda Business Forum. Karibu. Marhaba. You're welcome.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
The Kiraveko plant is the largest, most capable, and most competent bus manufacturing plant on the African continent. With an installed capacity to produce 11 a day and 5,000 buses annually. It stands as a beacon of innovation, engineering excellence, and sustainable mobility solutions. The Kiraveko plant is the home of Kira Motors Corporation. It is empowering Africa's mobility future, one bus at a time. Welcome to the body shop at the Kiraveko plant, where the frame and body of the Kayola bus is made. Here, precision engineering meets cutting-edge technology to create the robust foundation of every Kayola bus. Welcome to the chassis line at the Kiraveko plant, where the foundation of durability and strength is built. This is where critical components such as the axle and the powertrain system integration are carefully installed, ensuring the long-lasting reliability of the Kayola buses. Welcome to the quality inspection and testing facility at the Kiraveko plant, where every Kayola bus undergoes rigorous testing. Here, we ensure that each bus meets 100% of our stringent quality standards, delivering safety, reliability, and excellence to our customers. The Kiraveko plant has a